Ladies and gentlemen, it's beautiful to see you all smiling. Wonderful to have you here in Berlin. Welcome to the Leaders Collaboration Forum 2025 of the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt.
A very warm welcome also from my side, ladies and gentlemen. Just as we did last year here in Berlin and earlier the year in February in Munich at the Munich Security Conference, some of you might remember and even have been there. We are delighted to guide you through a really exciting and very inspiring program this afternoon and tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. And that's
Katie Gallis
and Dominik Wichmann.
At a time of obviously dramatic geopolitical shifts, this year's forum spotlights the innovators, the business leaders, and the thinkers who are driving Europe's adaptability and also Europe's competitiveness on a global scale and stage. I think we all can agree that the world is facing mounting pressures and mounting challenges these days, from energy transitions, which we will talk about, of course, to severe supply chain issues that we have read about in the news, to the obvious security threats we almost get used to on a weekly basis. And we can probably agree that Europe must chart a path that balances strategic autonomy on the one hand with international cooperation, remaining international cooperation, on the other hand.
Absolutely. So why are we here today, ladies and gentlemen? Of course, we like to talk with each other, not just about each other. We like to foster this cross-sectoral cooperation, breaking the silos. And this is, of course, outlining the Foundation's mission when it comes to amplifying an impactful work towards a future-proof society, building up that muscle of resilience, which needs training, which needs fuel, right? And sustainable energy in all that regard. And you can find all the information about the program, also, of course, dear guests, in the live stream throughout our 2 days here in our program, but also through the QR code. And we will be using Slido as a digital tool for all the questions and the polls, but also, of course, for your feedback. So please be engaged and also feel free to read the card that you found on your seat. It's a conversation starter with some ice-breaking questions, also, of course, for a lot of networking sessions. And if you allow, I have one more word about a very special extra during these 2 days here, because we invited art into our spaces. And as we all know, art is a language that so many of us will understand. Art fills in so often these blind spots when it comes to the spaces between people and power, because it's such a universal language. And we have the pleasure that the curator Onika Simon, who's a member of the BMW Foundation Network, created an art group who will respond the energy from the stage with the energy of the audience, and then, of course, it will ripple throughout the day, what we've discussed here, into an art piece. That sounds very arty now, but you will understand more, and please feel free to also use and talk to the Hive reporters, so to say, because they will, of course, they will take your thoughts, your questions, your energies, and then they will create a piece of art of that. Isn't that amazing? So we will see how that will turn out. Thanks, of course, to the artists in the room. And with that being said, of course, what else is it about this space?
I want to say a few words about the venue, a few last words about the venue. And before I do that, you will see, it just comes into my mind, you will see it's kind of a different experience compared to last year here, and also to the MSC event we had in February. There's a lot more interaction going on. You will see that through all the breakout sessions, through all the panels, and it's not just we talking to you. It's much more interesting. No worries. So let me close, as being said, with a few words about this venue, because it is a special venue, the so-called EUREF campus, here in Berlin's Schöneberg neighborhood. Since the project started in 2008, I think, it has evolved into some kind of a real-world laboratory for the transition to renewable energy, and it truly is one of a kind in Europe, actually. And you can feel that. I mean, I arrived here yesterday evening, and it's a big campus, and it takes a while to get the idea, but it's really fascinating. It's a unique, actually carbon-neutral district that offers a lot of innovative solutions, and in areas like energy, like mobility, of course, and sustainability. So almost 7,000 people work here, if they're not in home office, as it seemed to be. Almost 7,000 people work here. They research or they study here across more than 150 partly well-established companies, rather big companies, and on the other hand, also startups, also scale-ups. So the topics of sustainability, of mobility, and renewable energy, you know that, you had a look in the program, I guess. They are perfect fit with the issues that also drive the BMW Foundation. What this exactly means will now be explained, ladies and gentlemen, by two people who know best.
Absolutely. So it's our pleasure, of course, to welcome here on stage the board of the BMW Foundation, Herbert Quandt, Heike Schneeweiß, and Dr. Heber Agib.
Welcome, everybody, to our Leader in Collaboration Forum here in Berlin.
We are delighted to see you all here, leaders from Europe and across the globe.
And you are not invited by chance. You are here because you understand that the greatest challenges of our time cannot be solved in silos.
We are all in this together, in this tension field, the tension field between competition and collaboration.
This tension field, some see it as a contradiction, we see it as a source of energy.
Yes, we see it as an opportunity for it to become a productive tension field in which Europe's future is being created.
Most probably, we will not resolve this tension field over the next 2 days. But we will harness it like marathon runners who know when to sprint and when to pace themselves. We in Europe are running currently a marathon with the necessity to think and plan long-term while knowing when to sprint. This morning, I read a newspaper headline, German newspaper, the European Union is being crushed. That underlines that Europe faces strategic crossroads. The world I grew up in is different to the world we are growing into. We all live in times of raising political, or economic and social pressure. And in those moments, we need clarity and direction. And here, leadership comes in. Europe must show leadership, not just to manage complexity, but also to shape the future. What does it mean? In a nutshell, taking responsibility at home and being a reliable partner in the world. But here lies the tension. Leaders must be both, sometimes even at the same time, being competitive and cooperative, being innovative and responsible, fast and sustainable. But on top of this, progress only works when people feel involved. When they understand how these solutions connect to their homes, if they understand, from factories to neighborhoods. And if you want to make a real impact, you even need to build majorities to get a change. As a foundation, we see our responsibility in bringing together leaders and experts like you to collaborate on our long-term visions for the most pressing issues of our time. And everything we do is always for the aim to achieve a maximum impact for a future-proof society. But a long-term vision is not enough. To really be successful, you need to have short-term goals.
And this is exactly where the sprints come in. The necessity to act short-term and show clear outcomes. Like Heike said, long-term vision and goals need short-term successes. We must be pragmatic. We must show clear and tangible progress. This is the only way we can build trust, create momentum, and inspire optimism. Take the energy transition as an example. Energy and infrastructure are clear test cases. Clean, secure, and affordable energy connects everything: innovation, resilience, and prosperity. And there are many solutions out there. The challenge here is not invention, it's implementation. If we want to create and build tomorrow's energy systems, we must be quick, and we must take decisions today and take them quickly, but aligned with the long-term vision that we share. Europe can become an even more critical player with its strong industrial base, with its large corporations, with its entrepreneurs. This room is full of entrepreneurs, and with its innovation strength. Europe can become a powerful force in and for the world, because it's not just about how Europe sees the world, it's also about how the world sees Europe. As the BMW Foundation have at Quant, we see it as our job to accelerate and boost innovation that show our long-term vision and make it tangible. We can increase the odds for effective collaboration and greater impact. This is our role, sprint by sprint, building trust, connecting people, and supporting leaders who turn complexity into progress for society. Action needs common goals.
Let's seize this moment. The power in this room is characterized by multiple perspectives, a common sense of responsibility, and the ability to lead. We are here for the next 2 days to connect, to be inspired, to align, and to boost great ideas for solutions. Therefore, we sprint, we run, and we walk together.
Let's showcase successes on the ground that make our joint vision tangible. Let's become the marathon runners who know when to sprint and when to pace themselves, balancing competition and collaboration. The path is long, but time is short. So let's run this race together. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dominic.
Thank you so much, Heba and Heike. Thank you also for the context you provided in your speech. I think sustainability is also evident when an organization consistently pursues the goals it has once set for itself. And in this sense, ladies and gentlemen, the BMW Foundation's programmatic work is a truly exemplary model of sustainability. Thank you both, and thank you also for the extraordinary team behind you. Maybe you also share a bit of applause for the team behind the whole thing. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's now a special pleasure and a particularly honor for me to introduce our next guest, the keynote speaker of today. The first time I saw him speak live was here actually in Berlin. Back then, about 7 years ago, our guest delivered a truly impressive speech in the ballroom of the Hotel Adlon as part of the German Deutsche Tag des Familienunternehmertums, Day of German Family Entrepreneurship. The other speaker back then, you might remember, Mr. Le Maire, was Wolfgang Schäuble. Just like then, today's topic is Europe's role in the world. But we all know much has changed since then, since the last 6 years. Europe is now a different Europe, and the world is now a different world. In the midst of these fundamental changes, ladies and gentlemen, the wise and far-sighted voice of our guest, Bruno Le Maire, stands out as sort of a reassuring constant. With Monsieur Le Maire, we are welcoming a truly distinguished guest to this stage, a man as home as navigating the corridors of power as he is crafting words onto the page. He is also an amazingly good writer. Minister for Economy, Finance, Industrial and Digital Sovereignty from 2017 to 2024. That's 7 years, and that's quite long in French politics these days. He is the steady hand behind France's economic policies, the intellectual force, so to say, who has tackled everything from global finance to the fine art of French literature. As minister, he has been called the Iron Man of the Eurozone, whatever that means. We will talk about this later. And yet, he can also charm you with poetic prose and philosophical insight. By the way, he can do that as well as our next speaker, both in English and in French and in German at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the politician, the author, the thinker, Bruno Le Maire.
Thank you, Dominic. Thank you to all of you to be here. It's good to be back in Berlin. Ich möchte gerne meine Konferenz in Deutsch halten, aber es würde mir erklärt, dass nicht alle in diesem Raum Deutsch können oder verstehen. So will ich in Englisch sprechen. Französisch ist wahrscheinlich keine Option. We are in Berlin. We are in a European capital that 36 years before lived one of the most prominent events in recent history, the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of the communist era. I remember 1989. We all thought that it was not only the end of the Cold War, but the absolute victory of liberal democracies, of peace, and of free trade. 39 years later, the exact contrary happened. Liberal democracies are challenged by authoritarian regimes everywhere in the world, from China to Russia. War is back in Europe, and trade has been weaponized. Everywhere in Europe, far-right extremist parties are increasing their influence and gaining elections. Whether it is the AfD in Germany, the Rassemblement National in France, or the UKIP in the UK, the result is the same. People feel angry and ask for radical changes. I leave to historians the response to the question, what went wrong? As a political leader, I would like to focus on another question: how to make Europe great again. And I will propose some responses. My first response will be quite simple. If Europe wants to be great, Europe must understand that we are a great continent, that we have a great history, and that we have great assets. To be proud of ourselves instead of getting rid of what we are could be a good starting point. Complementary to that, we must act united, avoiding useless divisions among ourselves that just lead to the weakening of our project. The lack of unity is always a path to decline. How can we act together, since we are 27 member states? Radical changes in the decision-making process are urgently needed, and I will mention 4 of them. But everybody here has to understand that without radical changes in the decision-making process, there is no possibility for Europe to face the challenges of the 21st century. There is no possibility for Europe to face the competition with China and with the US. We must extend the qualified majority rule and get rid of the unanimity rule in some sectors, like the international policy or the fiscal policy. Unanimity is a dream, and a dream that does not fit with reality. I've been advocating for the Capital Market Union for 7 years as a finance minister. I'm very close to the Luxembourg. But when you have France, Germany, Italy, that share the same view on the Capital Market Union, and that one single country representing 600,000 people opposed that project, the project should be adopted and implemented. Second, we must merge the President of the Council and the President of the Commission. Why do we have so many presidents in Europe? This is not a sign of leadership. This is a recipe for weakness. We must get rid of the rotating presidency, which means changing our strategic priority every 6 months. China has had the same strategy for the very past 20 years on industry, on innovation, on politics. And in Europe, every 6 months, you have a new president of the council explaining, well, my first priority is climate change, fine. Then 6 months later, my first priority is the automotive industry, fine, especially in Germany. Then you have a new member state having the presidency explaining, my priority is China, fine. But between China, the automotive industry, and the climate change, you have to choose one single priority to get some concrete results. And fourth, of course, to get a more effective decision-making process, we must build on the French-German relationship. which remains at the heart of the European construction for one single reason. We are so different that when we come to an agreement, it means that the agreement can be implemented for the 27 member states. My second response, how to make Europe great again, will be more provocative. We must acknowledge that we have been wrong on many issues. Recognizing its failures is a necessity to change the course of action and to make Europe great again. We have been wrong on energy, which is a major topic for the success of our industry and our economy. Our dependency to oil and gas supply from Russia was a mistake. Our refusal to invest more in the nuclear energy when China is engaging the construction of 2 to 3 nuclear plants every year was a mistake. It is urgent to ensure sustainable and cheap supply of energy everywhere in Europe if we want to meet the challenges of both carbon neutrality on one side and economic competitiveness on the other side. The two objectives are not the opposites, they are complementary. We have been wrong on free trade by refusing any kind of protection to our industry. It is not realistic to think that we can face the competition with the Chinese EVs without new trade rules, without joint ventures, and without IP transfer, not from Europe to China, but from China to Europe. Let's assume that we are lagging behind and that we now need the help of the Chinese technologies. We have been wrong on the Capital Markets Union by delaying its entry into force, and as a result, large parts of the European savings are currently funding not the European SMEs, not the European economy, but the US economy. We have been wrong in regulating before innovating. Let's regulate the European innovation instead of refusing the European innovation and regulating the foreign innovation. We have been wrong in thinking that the US would indefinitely guarantee our security. These are the points on which we need a radical new thinking if we believe in the future of the European construction and the European project. We must also recognize that major steps have been taken to draw the consequences of these mistakes. As an example, I would like to mention, of course, the decision by the German Chancellor to invest more in defense. That's good news for all the 27 member states of the EU. Or the decision by the French President to resume our nuclear policy because we need to be strong on nuclear. But new decisions must be taken rapidly to fill the gap with the US and China. I think of the Capital Markets Union. I think of the necessary simplification of the rules, getting rid of the red tape. I think of the support to innovation, of the improvement of productivity to get more prosperity. I think of the building of a strong defense industry. On all these topics, my proposal would be to have France and Germany signing together a new treaty between the two nations, building on innovation, AI, defense, and capital union. This new treaty could be the starting point for the renewal of the European project. Because my third and last response will be a more philosophical one. We must change our mindset. Let's forget talking about reforms. Let's have a new mindset for Europe, a more ambitious one, a more positive one. We must restore confidence in the future. One of the core of achievements of Europe has been the welfare state. We should be proud of that, of course. But we must also understand that we will not build our strength and our prosperity for the future on the welfare state. We will build them on innovation and boldness. We will build them on confidence in the future. We will build them by promoting a European model based on the values of liberal democracies, the success of a decarbonized economy, and the unity of all European people around their history and their common memory. Das ist ein weites Feld, but this is the good way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruno Le Maire, for this I told you it's going to be a remarkable keynote, and I think Mr. Le Maire delivered a remarkable keynote. Thank you very much, and now we know a little bit more about what makes Europe great again. You know, for us in Germany, it's quite unusual, and we have to get used to a politician that says we have done something wrong. So that's why it's so special. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be joined by somebody who truly embodies the spirit of innovation, of leadership, and, like Mr. Le Maire, a touch of French flair. She's an engineer by training, a strategist by profession, and a trailblazer by nature. So if you think the world of energy, ladies and gentlemen, the world of infrastructure is all hard hats and Excel spreadsheets, better think again. Because Anne-Laure Deschamars brings not just expertise, but also vision and heart and passion to almost everything she does. From the boardrooms of Paris to the front lines of global transformation, Anne-Laure has made her mark as a leader who believes in building not just stronger companies, but actually a better world. She is the kind of person who can talk about megawatts and mega trends in the same sentence. She does this as a member of the executive board at Siemens Energy. She does this also as a board member of the Renault Group. Whether she's shaping the future of sustainable energy or inspiring the next generation of young leaders, Anne-Laure does it all with intelligence, with warmth, and a smile that could light up any room even without electricity. May I ask you for a big round of applause, Anne-Laure Deschamars. Anne-Laure, Bruno, in recent years, as we have heard, Europe's role on the global stage has been undergoing a rather profound transformation, to put it mildly. And we see alliances shifting almost on a daily basis. We see Europe's position as a central player being questioned in international geopolitics, one might say severely challenged even. How can Europe turn geopolitical challenges into its advantages within the next 1 or 2 years?
Well, first of all, we have to once again acknowledge that we are not a key geopolitical player anymore. And when I make the comparison between where we are and when we were 20 years before, that's really striking. 20 years before, you had leaders like Jacques Chirac or Tony Blair in the UK playing at the forefront of the international stage. Let's be clear, whether on the Middle East or on Ukraine, and on all geopolitical topics, it's not the case anymore. If we want to be back, there are some conditions to be met. First of all, we need to be economically successful. Without a strong economy, you don't have a strong voice. With an average level of growth of around 1%, when it is more than 5% in China and 2 to 3% in the US, you don't have your place around the table. Second, you must be united. And since it would be impossible to get the unity among the 27 member states, my proposal is to shift from the unanimity rule to the qualified majority rule on international questions. And third, last point, we need to have a strategic approach of the two key continents for us, I mean the US and China. What is the kind of relationship we want to build for China? What is the kind of relationship we want to build with the Chinese government and the Chinese economy? You will get a different response in every European capital. This is not possible anymore.
Strength, and that goes to both of you, strength can result from dependency and strength can result from independence. And let's focus a little bit on the news these days to get it more precise what we're talking about. And one of the major news, at least in Germany, and I think that also applies for the French automotive industry, for example, is the supply chain problem, is independence from certain players and actors such as China and others. Can reduce, and this question goes to you, Anne-Laure, can Europe reduce its dependencies while at the same time formulating these visions? That seems to be a difficult thing to handle both at the same time. What's your take on that?
So I wouldn't say it's actually problematic. On the contrary, I think that by investing in our own supply chain, in our own infrastructure, we're actually going to solve also the growth problem that we're talking about. If we look at what was Europe a few decades ago, we were relying on a huge export market, China. We were relying on very cheap gas. We were in a very globalized world where we could just decide that we would get cheap supply chain.
Not a few decades, a few years actually.
A few years ago, you're right. Mm-hmm. Today, we have extremely expensive energy, 2 to 5 times depending on where, compared to the US and China. We have huge problems of supply chain because of the multipolar world we are in. And I can talk about my industry, so in energy technology. Every country where we actually sell technologies, every country is putting in place clear localization strategies. If you don't build and manufacture in the country, you have no right to play and to sell in the country. There's one region where it's not the case, it's Europe. And this is probably something where we need to adjust that and to be a bit less naive on this topic to make sure that we have a level playing field in keeping also our supply chain, not just for growing the industry and maintaining the industry in the continent, but actually also for sovereignty, for security in terms of supply chain. I take the PV example. It was invented in Europe, in Germany, by the way, by Siemens. A few decades later, 80%, 90% of the PV industry, so solar industry, is now made in China. A few years ago, we were thinking of, and Europe was actually pushing on that, of reinstalling a PV supply chain, realizing how dangerous it was actually for the European sovereignty in terms of energy transition and energy sovereignty. And actually, France was very active on it. We discussed a lot also with the French government, the German government, on where to do that, and we wanted to participate. Literally, a few months later, the price of solar panels dropped by 40% by the Chinese. I mean, there was no more business model, and until there's no clear rules to be able to protect that, there's no way of rebuilding an industry and a supply chain in PV in Europe. But you see this for many other things. 60% of EV is now Chinese. 75% of critical materials, critical minerals, is Chinese. If you take the wind industry, almost 100% of the permanent magnets that you use are Chinese. So it's a huge problem of European sovereignty and European security to tackle that.
So Bruno, it's very smart what we just heard, but I have the impression it somehow must go against your liberal values, right? So what's your answer to that? Is regulation, is more regulation a solution?
Same liberal values, but I think that we cannot be the very last continent to abide by rules that are not applied by the others. Because, in the theory of game, when you are the very last player to abide by the rules, you are the loser. So I'm not explaining that we have to get rid of the liberal rules. I'm just explaining that we have to define a very clear long-term strategy. Not thinking that the market will solve all the issue. I really think it is a mistake to think like that. Just 3 examples. The first one is energy. You need a long-term planification for energy. And I will be blunt, because I'm always blunt with my German friends. Germany will need nuclear energy. And I do not see any possibility for the German industry to remain the most powerful in Europe without the nuclear energy. Renewable will not be enough. And I want, of course, the German industry to be strong, because this is in the interest of all 27 member states. Second, you need to define what are the industries that you want to preserve, to protect and to develop. Of course, the automotive industry would be the first one, 14 million jobs. The aeronautic industry would be the second one. The biotech industry would be the third one, and the biotech industry could be jeopardized by the very last Trump's decision. Let's be aware of that. If we are not taking the right decisions, all the 27, to pay for drugs by changing the welfare state, all the biotech technologies will move away from Europe to the US. And we will not get access to the state-of-the-art drugs. The same for the chemical industry. The future of the chemical industry is at stake if we are not changing the norms and changing the access to decarbonized energy. And the third point, which is absolutely critical, and everybody must be aware of that, we have 1 to 3 years to engage in the building of a strong chips industry in Europe. We have all what is required to be successful. We have ASML in the Netherlands. I'm working for that company, by the way. You have Infineon in Germany and SAP. You have microelectronics in France and in Italy. You have the IMEC, the best world lab in Belgium. So let's pull together all those elements, all those assets, to get access to our own chips industry, not to be dependent on China and the US. Just a figure. 30 years ago, Europe was producing 40% of the chips in the world. Now we have a market share of less than 10%. We have to hurry up to build our own chips, not to be too dependent on China and the US.
Let's focus and elaborate a little bit on the first point you said, the energy part, because we have an expert here when it comes to that field. In your view, in rather simple terms in light of times, what is the European energy landscape, the European energy system? How does it look like probably and likely in the next 5 years, in your opinion?
So, I mean, the European energy landscape will continue to be extremely diversified, because that's the way to keep it actually cheap. But we need much more renewables.
So diversity of the energy landscape is kind of an indicator of cheap energy?
It's a way to avoid over-investing in some types of energy and where you actually don't need to produce it all the time. So typically, diversity means you will have a lot of renewables, you will have nuclear, you will still have gas.
We will have nuclear in Germany as well. Do you agree to that?
The nice thing is that the energy systems are going to be more and more interconnected. So even if Germany does not have nuclear, it will benefit from the nuclear that comes from Poland, France, and elsewhere.
It's a wonderful way of avoiding a question. Thank you very much. But I interrupted you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, but so today, if you look actually just after the invasion in Ukraine, for the first time, you had more electricity that was produced by renewables in Europe than by gas. Yeah, 40% of the electricity was produced by renewables. It shows that it's extremely resilient because it's not depending on any price spikes or things like that, and it's not imported. So it's actually very good cost-wise and autonomy-wise. So we're going to go more and more towards that. The big bottleneck is the grid. Today, you have 3,000 gigawatts, sorry, I'm talking about the gigawatts, sorry for that, 3,000 gigawatts in the world that are just waiting to be connected to the grid, that are actually projects of renewable projects that are there waiting because there's no grid connection. Half of it is in Europe. So this is a huge topic we need to work on to be able to improve and to invest in it. The energy investments, if you look at Europe, can be a huge growth engine. When we talk about energy investments, it's 2.5 trillion. It's, in Europe, 5% of GDP every year. That means 5 times the Marshall Plan in terms of creating jobs. Today, Europe, we were talking about how we lost a lot of chips, etc. Today, Europe is leading in clean tech. 20% of the clean tech is actually produced by European champions, European leaders. If we don't continue to invest in it in the years to come, it will also leave. So
Like
it's
the
something,
PV.
sorry?
Like the PV.
Like PV, like EV, like a lot of technologies. So it is something where it can be a huge growth engine for the European economy, creating jobs, factories, manufacturing, and actually positioning ourselves as leaders. But there, today, same thing, we're already slow. It was something that we could say, where we could say, hey, we're actually the green champions, the energy transition champions in Europe. Today, China, last year, has produced more renewables alone than the whole rest of the world. And the US, despite what we're hearing with President Trump and all that, is actually the second biggest investor in renewables. Europe is only the third one. We're actually also losing pace.
Mr. Le Maire, let's briefly turn our attention to domestic politics, to do some kind of reality check.
Sure?
And I don't want to torture you with the questions about the situation in France right now. But you've been present, very present actually, in the media in recent weeks, including German media as well. As I was preparing for this interview, I first read an article saying that you were to be appointed as France's new Minister of Defense. A couple of hours later, I checked the news again and I saw, no, not going to happen. The new French government collapsed even before it could be formed. In other words, my broader question, Mr. Le Maire, do we in Europe still have the national stability, so to say, to manage these kind of transformations? I think we agree that we need, or one needs some certain amount of stability in order to push transformations and to manage this very complex situation. Do we still have that, or are you afraid that we're going to lose that within the next year or 2 years once there is elections in France and once there might be new elections in Germany?
I think that the key issue is that we do not have the stability on the same time all together. If I would be had on that stage 5 years before, you would have said, well, you are the long-standing Minister of Economy and Finance, more than 7 years. It is unique in France under the Fifth Republic. Now I'm here on stage and you can say, well, you just lasted 12 hours as the defense minister. That's a new record, but in the other sense. You had instability in Germany, now we have instability in France. You had instability in Italy, now you have stability in Italy. But you never have all the governments together being stable. That's a key weakness for Europe. My second remark would be that we are moving at the pace of a turtle when the world is moving at the pace of a rabbit. And this could lead to major disappointments. I just want to go back to the question of semiconductors. We have between 1 to 3 years to take the right decisions. Then it will be too late because the industry will need chips, state-of-the-art chips, or use chips of around 35 nanometers, and you will buy your chips in Taiwan or in China or in the US, and it will be the end of a very key industry. So I'm advocating for stability, but it's up to the people to decide. And this comes back to my first remark when I delivered my speech. We need to recognize our failures to improve our policies.
I know that we are already over time, but let's ignore that for a second because I want to ask you another question. And Laure Chama, it's such a privilege speaking to you, both of you here. You're a woman in business, from business, of business. You have been, however, very precise. You have a very precise view of politics as well. You need to have, of course, in your job. How do you assess this issue? I mean, there is, in Germany, we often, Uli Wilhelm and I, we spoke about this quite a bit, actually, that entrepreneurs very often have the wrong perspective on politics, and there is a core value in politics as well, and you can't solve every problem in politics with an entrepreneurial approach. However, there is an entrepreneurial approach also to politics. What's your view of that? Do we have the stability to change our societies? Do we have the political stability, or don't we have?
So it's a very good point. And actually, industries invest when there's stability, when they have long-term signals, when they actually know that there's regulation that stay the course.
But they can rely on something.
Exactly. Right? This is when they invest. Yeah? In today's situation, we see it in our business. So many projects are stalling because of this uncertainty. If I take the example of France, until recently, it was one of the countries in Europe where, honestly, you could say there's a true industrial policy. It stays the course. We know exactly what funding will be there, how it will be done, what is the vision, and what money will be put in this. For us, as a company, this was a very strong signal. And by the way, we did a joint venture with a French company, Air Liquide, to produce, to build a gigafactory here in Berlin of electrolyzers to be able to support that with German funding and having our first big projects in France with French funding. This is the way you can create European champions. This is the way, when you have the stability, you can create mega companies, Airbus, this JV that we're starting, which we really want to make as a champion, and which actually today, thanks to that, 1 out of every 3 hydrogen projects in the world has been won by this JV, by this Franco-German JV, and by far they're the number 1 in the world today. So there are successes that can happen, but it only happens if you have the right visibility in terms of investment and vision and ambition. Second thing is harmonization. Today, each time we were talking about the grid being the bottleneck. Today, each time we go and approach a TSO, so a TSO is a grid utility, the grid builders, every country has 20,000 pages of different specs for things that are literally the same. This is 150 engineers working for 6 months to be able to respond to a project request when honestly we're talking about the same thing. How can you scale? How can you do that cheaply for the economy, for the European economy? You can't. So things like that need to be harmonized. And third thing, for the European industry, we should stop being, 27 competitors. We should stop building 27 national little champions that can't compete against Chinese giants, US giants. So we should also change the competition rules, change maybe merger controls to be able to create these big giants that are actually going to, compete against other continents. Yeah.
You have a third point?
No, go on.
It's my final question, so there won't be a third point then. You're sure?
There's one thing I'd like to talk about.
Please.
Data centers and AI. I mean, honestly, Bruno Le Maire was talking about it just before, but here too, I think we really need to move so much faster than what we do in Europe. I was recently in the US. I mean, for them, AI, and this is the way it's phrased, winning the race of AI is a matter of national security. And the Ministry of Energy in the US takes it extremely seriously. They say, my job is to generate enough power in the US to be able to build all this infrastructure, all these data centers, to be able to sustain this topic, which is national security. They're building data centers like we've never seen, and as a resilience mechanism. If you look today in the world, in the next 5 years, the amount of data centers that are going to be built, in order to be able to power them, it's like adding 200 nuclear plants in only 5 years. All this is happening in the US. In France, in Europe, we have 25% of the data that is produced in Europe. We only have 10% of the data centers. We're not investing enough, we're not going fast enough, and other countries are doing that. So this is also something where I think we should accelerate.
Before I ask you the final question, whether you see yourself within the next 5 years in politics, I would like to ask you whether you see her in politics within the next 5 years, Mr. Le Maire. What do you think?
Well, first of all, I 100% share what you just said about unity, speed, harmonization, and less competition, more coordination among member states. Just want to recall this anecdote. I mentioned it in my speech when I was in Shanghai 2 weeks ago. I had a discussion with the guy who is responsible for the Chinese nuclear program. And he asked me, how many nuclear plants will you be building in France? And my response was 8 by 2045. And I said to him, and you in China? 2 per year. So let's hurry up. Then about politics, I think that one of the response to the political crisis, maybe the single one, will come from you, from the citizen. I think that professionals won't be enough. We need the citizen to be part of the political discussion. We need the CEOs to take the floor. And these are critics I've always been formulating in France. We are waiting for the CEOs, for the leaders, for the economic leaders, to take the floor, to explain the world as it stands, and to provide some solutions.
Thank you very much. So, since I do not get an answer, I will predict that in the next 5 years, Anne-Laure de Chammard will be in politics, and I thank you very much for being here on stage today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruno Le Maire, Anne-Laure de Chammard. Merci bien.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So now I'm happy to welcome Katie Gallas back on stage. Is that right, Katie?
Absolutely. Thank you, Dominic.
And we have an exciting program now ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Because, of course, we talk a lot about challenges, but I can promise you now, we will talk now about solutions as we are diving into the core of BMW's Foundation Herbert Quant's work, to support and to leverage solutions, to make them visible, to give the spotlight to the change makers, and to cherish them also and let them flourish. So with that being said, we are diving into our Innovation Day, and allow me to give you a little bit of guidance, a little bit ahead of time. So we are having now 3 different clusters. I call it the pitch clusters. In every pitch cluster, we will listen to 4 to 5 startup pitches. Each of the startup pitches, the rules are clear. Just to clarify again here to the group, you've got 3 minutes. And take your time. The stage will be all yours. They are seated here. Can we get a round of applause for these brave startups here? We believe in you, and we can't wait to hear what you brought with us. After all the startups have pitched, we have an auction moment. As we mentioned, this is not a one-way street. It's a conversation. So we kindly ask, of course, to also commit from your side. How can you support these change makers, these startups? We have also the QR code, which is very easy to scan. Just use your phone, photo app, and then you will be forwarded into our digital tool, where you can, if you're a shy person, give a commitment digitally. So maybe it's an intro. Maybe it's an email. Maybe it's a mentorship. Maybe it's a feedback call. Maybe it's more when it comes to money, when it comes to funding, when it comes to exchange of ideas, to feedback. So everything, of course, is welcome, because we are all in this together, right? And if you want to hear more about the startups, of course, they will be outside in the lobby. You've maybe seen the booth. Please approach them also to connect and to learn more about their work, what keeps them going and what keeps them also awake at night, maybe. This QR code will be live for the whole time, so you can actually send through your digital commitments throughout the whole pitching session. Otherwise, after all the pitches, we will see each other again. And then there's also the possibility to you, because we have microphones in the room, to have a quick 5-minute auction where you can actually speak up for a startup that you like to support. I see you nodding. I hope everything becomes clear in a second. Don't worry. All right. So I'm so thrilled because I've met them yesterday. We spent, quite some time together. And they are all brilliant minds and truly believers in our future. So with the first pitch session, when it comes to powering tomorrow, when it comes to breakthroughs in clean energy generation and storage, I hand over to the first startup here on stage. And for that, I hand over to the CEO and the co-founder of Circulion. Please shower him with a round of applause. Antoine Welter is with us.
At Circulion, we're shovel makers. For as long as we can think of, we've been mining Mother Earth for materials to foster our economy, but also to have well-being underneath our populations. However, this has always been very tedious. It's been influenced by a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get these raw materials out of the floor. And as we've just seen, and this was not coordinated, there's a lot of buzz about raw materials right now because it's being used as a geopolitical weapon. And that's why, at Circulion, we believe that the future needs to be mindless mining. To accomplish that, we've married hardware and software, so we can dismantle a variety of products in a structured way. And, as I'm sure you all know, who makes the most money in the mining industry? The shovel maker. And that's how we want to build our part to fight in the climate crisis, by leading the urban mining revolution so that we don't have to dig Mother Earth anymore, but we can dig our own products that already exist in our economy. Today, we have 2 fully certified recycling plants live in Luxembourg, so we're not just on capital markets, we're also in recycling, and in the south of Germany. And currently, we are rolling out our machine as a service with our clients, recycling centers, and OEMs in the US and Europe. So let's talk. We heard collaboration is key. So I want to talk to you about the 3 R's. I want to talk to you about the products that you have that we can remanufacture for you so they can have a second or a third life. I want to talk to you about the products that we can reuse the components inside for different products. And I want to talk to you about how we can help you recycle cleanly so that we can follow the easy principle of shit in, shit out in a chemical recycling process. And with that, I look forward to discovering shovels with you. Thank you.
All right. Beautiful. Antoine Welter. Yes. Okay. I promise you we speak about solutions. So we continue that path. And for that, I welcome our next startup. He is the CEO of Active Surfaces, Mr. Shiv Bhakta.
At Active Surfaces, we unlock more solar in more places. When I say energy, what's the biggest name that comes to mind? BP, Shell, Saudi Aramco, ExxonMobil, these are the energy Goliaths that have ran the industry for the past 100 years. But what if I told you the biggest name in energy are none of these players, but it could be this man? Because Amazon operates over 100 million square meters of rooftops around the world. And if you cover every inch of that with a solar panel, they could produce 40 terawatt hours of electricity, enough to power Portugal. And this is just one company. So why aren't they doing this? We had the same question. So we went to their facility in the UK and explored one of their rooftop installations. And they said the modules are cheap because China's making them, like we mentioned. But they're tough to install, and often they're too heavy for these buildings that they want to go on. This is all because the modules that we use today are these Generation 1 traditional silicon modules. Silicon is a ceramic, 95% of the supply chain is in China, and it is inherently fragile. This is what happens when you apply even a little bit of pressure to it. It shatters. Thank you to our CTO and co-founder. Folks tried to solve this 10, 15 years ago with Gen 2, but you had to sacrifice performance, efficiency, durability, and it wasn't cost competitive. But what we have is generation 3 of solar, something that has the performance of Gen 1, but the flexibility of Gen 2. It is similar power per area. It is low cost, cheap to manufacture, and you could do it entirely locally. And it's much faster to install, like a yoga mat on rolling onto buildings. I come from ExxonMobil and the US Department of Energy, and my co-founder, Dr. Richard Swartout, invented this in the labs of MIT, along with Dr. Vladimir Belovich, who runs MIT Nano, and Dr. Munji Bawendi, who is a Nobel laureate. Our technology can make Mr. Bezos the future face of energy, but it's not just Amazon. Imagine our solar going on BMW's cars, Lufthansa's planes, Hilton's hotels. And why stop there? If you have a surface, we could put our technology on it and generate power. Could we imagine a future where every surface can become the next power plant? Every surface can become active. If you imagine that future as well, then let's unlock it together.
Chief Factor, yay! Beautiful, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's get started for our next startup. He is the COO of Pulse Train. Please shower him with a round of applause because he has the next 3 minutes. Niklas Lehnert.
Every once in a while, a truly revolutionary technology comes around that changes everything. We at Pulse Train started with the question, what if an EV battery stops being a passive component? What if it starts thinking, acting, and controlling energy just like your brain controls your body? To answer this question, I brought you not one, not two, but 3 breakthrough innovations. The first one, a reconfigurable battery management system that controls each cell live. The second one, a fully integrated inverter and charger inside your battery pack. And the third one, a software-defined control unit that is the operating system of the future battery cells. So it's an inverter, a charger, and a BMS. An inverter, a charger, and a BMS. Are you getting it? It's no longer 3 separate devices. It's one single system. And let's talk about why this is important. Current powertrains are messed up. They're full of boxes, units, and wires. And this is adding weight, cost, and complexity. So we asked the question, why not removing them? So instead of wiring them all together, we fused them into one intelligent architecture. So with us, every battery cell is a building block within the powertrain, communicating, sensing, and switching, all perfectly synchronized. And what you are getting from it is faster charging, higher ranges, and significantly extended lifetime. And this is not an improvement. This is a paradigm change. And if we are very honest, we've been treating batteries for decades like a tank. We filled them, we drained them, and hoping that they would behave. With Pulse Train, this ends. With us, we are creating an active battery network, one that learns, that reacts, and in the end, is optimizing itself over its lifetime. And Alan Kay once said, if you're really serious about software, you should build your own hardware. and that's exactly what we are doing. We are not adding components, we are removing them. And this, what you get, is a new class of power electronics operated by a revolutionary operating system. And with us, the battery stops being a passive passenger, and it starts being the active driver of an efficient, safe, and sustainable mobility. And with this, Pulse Train is not simply managing energy. We are orchestrating it with this.
Thank you very much, Niklas Lehnert. And if you have someone in mind who should talk to Niklas, this is also, of course, a nice commitment. So take action, use the QR code, and send your commitment along. Our next startup, ladies and gentlemen, is the CEO and the co-founder of Reverion. What solution has he in his pockets, in his startup? Please welcome Stefan Herrmann.
Climate change is one of the most monumental challenges of our time. We have to solve it now. Not in 1 year, not tomorrow. We have to solve it now. Unfortunately, a big part of the puzzle is already in place. The wind and solar has become the cheapest form of energy available. So what's missing? We need to bridge the gap, because the sun is not always shining and the wind is not always blowing. We need to align generation and demand. And we don't have to just do that for a few hours. We have to do it for weeks. We have to cover the full Dunkelflaute. For this, we have created the Reverion Power Plant, a unique solution that is combining power generation and electrolysis in one unit, and it can switch in less than 1 minute between generation and consumption of excess power. Furthermore, it is the by far most efficient power plant in the world straight, with up to 80% of the energy fed as gas converted into power, and the other way around. And we can even do that CO2 negative at large scale. So the solution is there. We have it in hand to actually not only slow down climate change, but to truly reverse it. For this purpose, we are now scaling up the production of our power plants, and we are looking for partners and financing in order to achieve mass manufacturing and in order to really clean up the energy system. So if you are a manufacturer of any kind in large scale or financing manufacturing, please come and talk to me, and let's try and reverse what was perceived to not be reversible, and turn the hourglass in order to achieve 100% clean energy, not in a few years, but straight. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. High five. Thank you. Wonderful. So for that pitch cluster, we are coming now to our last startup. And then I ask you for your commitment. So get ready. Scan the QR code already, or be ready to maybe smile back at me, and then find your commitment. Bienvenido to our next startup. He's the co-founder and CEO of BadX, to Pablo Castellanos Ramelli.
At BadX, we're making energy flow with nature. Conventional ion batteries are single-life products, contradicting the very principles of sustainability. We are responding by transforming energy storage in Latin America. You see, anybody could store energy. We make it sustainable and impactful. We're inspired by nature. Where we come from, water is nature's energy. It flows and transforms from the sea to the glaciers to the rivers and back in a continuous balanced cycle. Linear consumption breaks this balance. It generates waste, it depletes resources, and it leaves many without access to energy. And that is why we're introducing a battery ecosystem fit for the future. Bahia, low-voltage batteries for everyday appliances. Valle, medium-range batteries for all types of solar energy storage. And Sierra, high-voltage system fit for the utility sector. Our systems scale in complexity, from residential to high-tech industry, fitting on the most pressing needs of the energy transition. But it's not simple nature branding that is chic. Nature is our very design philosophy. With patented, scalable, and tested battery diagnosis technology, we're able to test and harness the unused potential of discarded EV batteries and turn it into stationary storage. Put in short, we are making our energy storage circular. We've avoided over 170 megas that would have been consumed in first-life manufacturing. We've harnessed over 22 tons of hazardous waste, and we saved over 550 tons of CO2 emissions. We transformed battery modules into added value products, like water that was flowing and transforming. Also, we've chosen to be sustainable because true scalability comes from purpose. We're building a fair industry, providing above minimum wage entry-level jobs in high tech to youth in Colombia. This is generating innovation through purpose, profit through innovation. And further than that, we're taking our systems where they're needed the most, applying energy to provide education, access to health, and food security in rural Colombia. We're consolidating our presence in Colombia and getting ready to take the next steps across Latin America. And you can join our mission by amplifying our voice, helping us out, and joining our purpose. Because when energy flows with purpose, impact multiplies. Thank you.
Pablo, muchas gracias. High five,
Gracias.
low five, muchas gracias. I'll see you in a second. Thank you so much. A round of applause to all our amazing startups. That takes so much courage, and you all did so brilliantly. I'm so proud of you all. Okay, but now it's up to you. Have you scanned the QR code? Yes. Oh, I see already some commitments on here. Beautiful. Okay, is there someone, a supporter in the room who likes to speak up? Maybe because he's very spontaneous and wants to give a life commitment. Not all at once. Okay, well then we start maybe with the digital auction. As I mentioned, it can be anything. An intro mail, a feedback, a 20-minute call, a connection, someone, you think, oh, I should connect these two because they are brilliant. They want to work on the future together. So I found that Covestro Head of Innovation is happy to discuss questions of chemical recycling. So Antoine, this goes to you. Circulion has a very first commitment. Yes. Maybe we find someone else for you as well in need to recover their rare earth materials. So if that's something that speaks to you, you can also approach him later on or keep on sending your digital commitments. I have good news also for Shiv. Shiv, where are you? Hands up. Yes, Shiv. I have one digital commitment. Before that, anyone in the room? Okay, we stay here with the digital commitment. I have someone for you who wrote down rollout in the city of Munich. Doesn't that sound amazing? Absolutely. Someone with a lot of surfaces, maybe. Beautiful. So if you have a surface, a building, you need coverage, he's the man. Keep on going, right? I have another commitment for Niklas. Leonard, remember he came from Pulse Train. Someone sends a digital commitment when it comes to intros to relevant investors, corporates, and experts. That sounds a promising commitment. Beautiful. A connection is always nice, even if it's a 20-minute call. Please send your intro calls, let them coming in through the QR code, because this is where the connection is made, right? People follow people, and then we can actually accelerate the beautiful ideas. Okay, I have one more left here, but before that, I want to see maybe someone in the room. Have I forgotten someone in the room? Is someone here who wants to speak up, who is now so inspired by these digital commitments that... Raise your hand. Oh, yeah, I see. Oh, sorry. You're blended by the light, by the spotlight. The microphone is coming to you, so we all understand you well, and of course the live stream will listen to you as well. What is your commitment? What is your idea? How can you support? Where do you see your power of support?
For Chief Active Surfaces, I mean, obviously, it's a great resource, all the surfaces we have. There have been attempts in the past with SIX, etc., you know, Solyndra, you know, Nanosolar. I've been working on that 15 years ago. Today I'm board director of Solar Power Europe, so I'm happy to exchange and also give support, and there is a lot of potential to exploit together.
Chief, amazing! Woo! Beautiful. What's your name, sir? Okay, you connect each other, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, you sent it already. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay, let me just check out the auction here again. So I have good news for Stefan as well. There's someone with a connection to relevant people. Bridge Ladam is offering that. For example, you know, contact to investors, corporate, and experts. That sounds very promising. Thank you, Stefan. That's what you need. You needed someone with expertise when it comes to manufacturing plots and so on. So maybe you found a match. Beautiful. Anyone else in the room, ladies and gentlemen? I smile and you smile back, and maybe you raise a hand. Oh, yes, I see a hand. Beautiful. See this? It works. Who are you and what is your commitment? Thank you so much.
So I'll start with my commitment. Any one of you that wants to have their product sold to the climate neutral cities in Europe, those that are pledging to become climate neutral, we are happy to make the introductions. We are Europe's biggest marketplace for climate neutral innovations, and we work with 300 cities, and they are looking for exactly those solutions.
300 cities sounds like a big commitment. Beautiful. Thank you. Please keep your digital commitments. Please send them, let them coming in, and don't forget to press the send button, right? Because, of course, then we will manage to get the right persons for you. Okay, last but not least, we had, of course, Pablo. Pablo, I have good news for you as well. I see a digital commitment that gives you help with team scaling. Beautiful. Thank you. And because I talked to all of the startups, Pablo also mentioned, maybe we also need some media coverage in Germany, because that would help us in Colombia. So we have a lot of journalists and media people in the room who can help with introduction, maybe? Eckhard von Hirschhausen, I see you. Oh, yeah, that's a nice connection. Maybe another hand or so? Yes? So please keep that coming in, because that's doable. Pablo, that is a challenge, that, absolutely. So you should, Eckhard von Hirschhausen, this is your round contact point. Perfect, done, check. All right. Anyone else in the room who got inspired now? Okay, thank you so much. Round of applause to you. Thank you for your commitment, but again, to this first round of beautiful startups. We continue, of course, with different pitches later on. Thanks again for that first round. Check out also the exhibition when it comes to the Respond cohort and the reflection projection here in the base room when you walk out. And thanks again to our curator, Rachel Uwe, who uses now the technology to encourage people through arts to connect more deeply with all the solutions. And that being said, I think we're all ready for a cup of coffee. How does this sound? Yes? Okie doke. So we have a quick interruption, and I'll see you sharp back here at 4:40. Enjoy your break. welcome back, because we have our conversation now before we then have the pitches again. If you hear my voice, I know that you hear my voice outside in the coffee area, right? I can't see you, but you can hear me. Please see that as the kind invitation to come back to the plenary as we are continuing with our program here. And of course, we want a full house in the plenary. Take your glass of water with you, of course, and then I'll see you back here in the plenary. Is that a deal? Yes, so please join us. I know the first people are coming back. It helps when the moderator is kindly inviting everybody to come back. But these breaks are, of course, important to mingle, as it is the fabric of connection. I know, it is a long way, but I love to speak about change makers and solutions and innovations, and I can go on and on and on with you, because I'm so much looking forward, of course, again to our startups later on, all coming from the energy sector. So yes, Heike, okay, Heike is now coming, and is also bringing more people into the room. Please join us, because we, of course, here, as I mentioned, it's important to network, but it's also, of course, to listen to those who are really driving forward, who are filling that big word of change and transformation with life, despite a lot of headaches that a lot of founders know. Every founder has some scars and headaches at night, right? We've all been there. Maybe we are still there. But what keeps them going and what helps them to really drive forward, that is something that we are now particularly interested in when it comes to disrupting the industry and the challenges of scaling innovation. And in the next panel here, we are here to explore the critical gap when it comes to the early stage innovation and the industrial stage deployment, and what it takes, of course, because we always bring the European perspectives, what it takes to turn European startups into global leaders, right? That they stay in Europe, that they drive forward in Europe. What are the scaling challenges in that regard? What are the hurdles when it comes to the big buzzword regulations? Yes, everybody's nodding. And how can we transform European startups into global leaders? And that being said, I am particularly thrilled to have two founders building Europe-first hardware solutions for industrial decarbonization, joined here on stage by an experienced growth investor shaping Europe's climate tech scale-up journey. So please shower them with a big round of applause. Susanna Campbell, Claire Murray, and Dr. Anne Lamb. Join me on stage. Beautiful. Love these all-female panels.
Indeed.
Right? Indeed. No, I love it. Thank you, of course, for making time and for being present here for our collaboration forum, because we want to hear from you what keeps you, of course, busy, what keeps you driving forward. And we have Susanna Campbell with us, the chairman and the co-founder of Sire, Swedish, that's the word for oxygen, what she just mentioned. A business-first founder and driving polyester recycling with Sire Forward, which is a textile company, impact company, decarbonizing and de-wasting the industry through textile to textile recycling at hyperscale. That's in a nutshell, but there's so much more to the story. Thank you so much, Susanna, for being here.
Thank you.
We also have Claire Murray with us. Claire, beautiful to have you, of course, here on our stage. You are among many things, you are the co-founding partner at Bloom Equity, bringing the investor's perspective here on stage, and with 20 years of experience in scaling companies and closing Europe's climate tech growth capital gap. You're very passionate about supporting high-growth companies on the big journey when it comes to sustainability. Claire, we want to hear more about it later. Thank you for being here. Claire.
Thanks.
And last but not least, we have Dr. Anne Lamb. You're the founder and the CEO of Traceless Materials, and you are tackling the problem of plastic pollution through traceless materials and driving the transition to a circular economy forward. You're based in Hamburg. And the goal is very clear, replacing plastics at scale and build a net zero circular materials industry. Thank you for being here. Dr. Anne Lamb. And I'd like to start with you because when we follow your journey, you have started Traceless Materials as a scientist, very determined to fight plastic pollution. So take us to the beginning, where your personal story and your personal journey started from that lab bench, thinking about solutions, now to an entrepreneur, and the way forward to Traceless Materials. What was the beginning?
Yes, sure. Thank you very much for having me. So when I look back 6 years ago, and it wasn't my PhD, I was a scientist. I didn't even know that individual people could maybe even found a company. I mean, this was the state of scientific depth I was in, right? I think many of the startups maybe can relate to that that sit here, and being so much fascinated by the new process I developed. But then all of a sudden, first customers came to me, approached me by coincidence, by friends who said, oh, what do you do actually? And they really needed this technology. And I was like, maybe I should do something about it. So I really started to get to know about how to found a company, what is a startup, how does it look like. And I found my co-founder who came from the business world. So we both founded the company 5 years ago. And actually in the beginning, of course, you're a small team and you develop the technology, focus on the business model. But then actually at a certain point you realize, oh, I'm a leader. And actually, Respond Accelerator, where I participated 4 years ago, that helped me realizing that, I'm not only a scientist anymore, I'm now also a leader, not only of people, but also a leader of a company. And now that 5 years later, I would say that also transitioned towards a leader in a whole transition. This is at least what I also want to bring forward, the whole transition towards a circular economy. So in a nutshell, we scaled from lab scale to now a pilot plant 3 years ago, and now we are opening our big commercial facility, a demo plant, producing our novel biomaterial, where we substitute a couple of thousand tons of plastic next year per year for single-use items and packagings. And the journey is not over yet, but we are scaling much faster in the future.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing your story. What would be an advice to the younger Anne that started at that lab bench?
Well, I think when I think back, I'm like, how could I have thought that this was a good idea to start a startup based on where I was in terms of maturity of the project and of the material? When I still have these samples on which I based the founding of the company on, and I'm like, how could I have the confidence? Because they don't function, they break, they are really not good quality, and I didn't even know how customers could process it. But believe in the intuition, believe in the gut feeling that you see something in it. Because the challenges and hurdles that will come, they will always come, and don't overthink the challenges that will come.
Susanna, when you were listening to that flame that started a whole journey at Anna's life, what was that flame or that sparkle that started your journey with Sire, with oxygen in a way?
Yeah. No, it's interesting because I call myself a bit of an accidental founder, because I actually have a long career before I was part of founding a company. I was a CEO of a listed private equity company and then set up an impact VC, then worked with some great founders to scale businesses, and that took me to a situation about 4 years ago when I was up at the H&M headquarters in Stockholm, having lunch with a couple of senior people there because they'd seen the other things that I did, and they were sharing their concern on the magnitude of the sustainability challenge that H&M had on hand. And they saw that they had invested in numerous small startups, but they also saw a few years down the line that none of these startups were scaling so that they could, to a meaningful extent, solve the size of H&M's problem. So kind of went from there, and I couldn't let go of that thinking that something needs to be done in textiles, and went back to a couple of other people that I'd worked with before on scaling companies, discussed it with them, and then decided that we needed to have a look at the textile industry and see, is there something that you could scale that could become kind of a global industry and solve a meaningful part of the textile industry's challenge. And yeah, that was 4 years ago. And today, we ended up setting up Syra together with H&M. H&M is a co-founder of the company. We have many large partners. We raised $100 million last spring for this mission. And we have some great partners and investors on board, a team of 50, half of them based in Stockholm, where we have the headquarters, half in the US, where our proprietary technology is, and now working with Vietnam to hopefully build our first large-scale plant there. So it's been a tremendous journey in 4 years, extremely difficult to both start and to try to scale this, obviously, and we're in the middle of things. So, but we have high ambitions, and this industry certainly needs some solving of gigantic problems.
What keeps you personally going forward, despite the sleepless nights, the headaches, and the problems in the textile sector, because it's not an easy sector.
It's not an easy sector. It's actually a very difficult sector, and there are so many truths. People were saying that, no, in the textile industry, we don't do off-takes, because that's just not done. And there are some of those things that you just say, no, but you have to. If you want this, if you want a solution to happen, you actually need to actively participate in the solving of it. So I think for me, it's definitely, I'm also deeply aware of the climate crisis and spending almost all of my time in different projects on solving that. And the textile industry needs it more than most industries. I do see many large industrials, and I'm hoping some of you here today maybe want to join us in the journey, because we're definitely not done, and we need, basically it's all hands on deck. No one can solve it by themselves, but together we can actually solve quite big problems.
Yeah. Claire, it's beautiful to have your perspective here on stage as well, because I assume that you follow a lot of stories and a lot of visionary stories along the way when it comes to moving from promise to actually reality and then to scaling up further. So what are, from your perspective and the stories that you've heard, what are the hurdles that scale-ups currently face the most?
Yeah, absolutely. And
the big blockages of obstacles, so to say.
And there are a number. So the milestones these two companies have hit is amazing. When we look to invest, we're growth stage investors, so addressing the missing middle scale-up stage of companies, particularly companies that are not yet at profitability. And if you can tell, I'm American, where there is a lot more funding and speed of funding, which we'll talk about later, in the US than there is in Europe, which is why I have focus on European companies and trying to bridge that gap. In terms of the challenges, well, let me flip it on its head. The success is most often not from the brilliant technology that you've created. It's much more from the ability to execute on that. And so when I think about the first sample you were giving your potential investors or customers, like that's not going to be the end goal, but that gets you.
No, continue. It's not for you. It's not a sign.
We'll end there. But it's much more starting on that journey. So when we think about scale-up, challenges are on talent, geographic expansion. It's on the right funding, both in terms of debt versus equity, timelines, risk appetite, quantums significantly, and it's also about the ability to accelerate and optimize across very complex value chains in multiple ways, so multiple balls in the air at once. I'll give just a quick example. One of our companies, robotics company, doing inspection on and maintenance on wind turbines. That's a company where their growth is very much linked to an increase of working capital. And so how do you fund that? That's great, they're continuing to grow, but is equity the right mechanism for funding working capital? No, like you need debt financing, and you need that in terms that are competitive, and you need that in larger quantums than I'm seeing currently in the market.
Mm-hmm. Claire, besides the hard facts and all the details and the numbers and the facts, what kind of personality is needed to scale up? Because we are living in these times of transformation, in these, some call it times of crisis, others call it times of opportunities. So the kind of leadership and the personality that is needed for these times are maybe different than 10 years ago as a founder as well. What do you see as a key element for a successful leadership?
I would say resilience balanced with ambition. So having that North Star that is global domination, and then the resilience and the creativity to recognize that's not going to be a linear path.
Mm-hmm. And Susanne, would you agree on that? Or what would be a core variable for the personality of a startup founder?
Yeah, I think the passion behind is the most important. And I think depends, of course, on the field. But if we talk about clean tech or circular business models, then it is definitely also being substantially convinced that this is the future. Mm-hmm. Because otherwise, there are easier ways to earn money. So you need the passion and you need the resilience, and you also need to stand up against all these naysayers and all these established old economy voices, I think.
And I would definitely agree. I think being stubborn is
a good thing in that regard.
So. It's just not giving up. But then something that I am obsessed with is also the ability to build the right team around a company and a case to make sure that you have the actual abilities needed to scale, because it's often quite different capabilities you need when you start a company and you might have a small technology versus what you need when you're actually trying to build something at industrial scale. So being conscious about that and then able to attract the right people is absolutely key, I think.
And in the best case, that team, of course, works in the European ecosystem very well, which brings me to the European ecosystem of being a founder. So, Susanne, I stay with you. Building Sire, of course, there's this intersection of climate ambition and industrial competitiveness. And, of course, in that ecosystem where we are in Europe, maybe you can explain to us what has Europe and the European market in that regard meant to you. It's a place to test, to struggle, to succeed, or to fail in some regards as well. How do you see the European ecosystem?
When we started out, we had very global ambitions, given that we came from a top-down analysis that we need something that we can scale so that we can solve a big problem. And in the beginning, we actually thought that we would go for the European market earlier than we believe now. So we have half the team in Stockholm, half the team in the US, where we have the technology. And then, like I said, the first large-scale plant we're aiming to build is actually in Vietnam. And in spite of that, I would say there are some clear advantages with Europe. I think the partnerships, I was mentioning the $100 million round that we did last spring. There we have some industry. H&M came in with money, Volvo Cars, we have IKEA money through IMAS Foundation. We have, maybe I don't dare say that, Leitmotiv, a VC backed by Volkswagen, if I may say so, and others. The round was led by TPG Rise Climate, so a US investor, also in terms of the risk willingness there. But I would say the help that we get from our European partners, of which some are also on our cap table, is invaluable. However, there are also some severe challenges that we face, because in our industry, cost competitiveness is key, and therefore we need to compete globally. And one thing we have definitely struggled a bit with is that everyone says that, yeah, we want to close the textile loop in Europe because we have so much textile waste that we don't know what to do with. But producing in Europe is more expensive than producing in Asia. And so far, so we have some great customer collaborations, but so far most of our demand is actually in Asia. So the customers that we have said that they want to buy from Asia as a first step. We also want to solve the European textile crisis, I would say, because it needs to be solved, but there are so many kind of bottlenecks, and also there needs to be a preparedness and an awareness that you need to pay for having production in Europe. It is not on the same cost level as Asia today. So definitely the partnership approach is a very European thing, I think, but then we have some severe challenges as well to overcome as Europeans.
And when we talk about scaling up innovation in the European ecosystem, what is something that comes to your mind? And also, of course, where do you see, or differently framed, does Europe feel like home for you as a founder, or rather like a place with a lot of headaches?
Yes, definitely. I mean, we chose also to build our first plant in Europe, in Germany, and we chose also to build the next plant we are already planning in Germany.
Where in Germany? Maybe
in Hamburg.
In Hamburg, okay, yeah. In Hamburg city area. Right.
So for us, for example, energy is not so much of a problem because our process is fully electrified and super low energy intensive. But what of course bothers us, which is on the one hand is a very good opportunity for us, is certain regulation in the EU that drives demand for circularity, for circular products. In our case especially, it's the Single-Use Plastic Directive, it's the Packaging and Packaging Waste Regulation, regulating that fossil-based, virgin fossil-based plastics cannot be so easily used anymore in packaging, for example. I mean, that is a good approach to foster circularity, and this is really needed. And I know how much criticism there is often against EU regulation, but in this case, EU has or had with the Green Deal and now with the Clean Industrial Deal, still also has a vision, a direction towards circularity and circular economy being a competitive advantage for Europe. So this still stands in the room. And these regulations are really high potential for us that enable us a great market in Europe. So this is why Europe is for us the market to go to. When it now comes to looking ahead 2, 3, 4, 5 years, then it's, I would say, under threat, because on the one hand, we have a lot of omnibus and making regulation more loose, and then we also have an elephant in the room, because in the end, what creates a fast scale-up for us is the market. Market for clean tech industries. That's very easy. So the more the corporates, they want these solutions because of the regulation. But what we need for scaling is offtakes, of course, binding offtakes. And investment or decisions for such offtakes will only be made in a secured regulatory environment. And what's happening at the moment is that it's not so secure if these regulations will hold in the future. So companies like big consumer packaged goods companies who could give us offtakes for like binding offtakes for many years, they are struggling because there's no 100% clear roadmap in Europe. And I think this is a big threat we are under, and I think I share this with all the clean tech industries, because if we are juggling around, maybe we go in that direction, but let's loosen it. And the elephant in the room is, how can we really mean it seriously with the transition? That also means we need to say no to fossil-based business models. And this is a challenge because the fossil-based business models at the moment also finance us, and how to make the transition, not wanting to keep both up at the same time, because we cannot compete with fossil-based plastics that's subsidized heavily. We will never compete with it. So we need at a certain point to either make them more expensive or give us subsidies. So this is a huge elephant in the room.
Absolutely. Thanks for pointing that out. And I hear that you're asking for clear guidance as well from political side, as I assume.
Yeah, and a long-term vision, a clear long-term vision, and then stick to it.
Thank you. Claire, when we talk about the ecosystem of Europe for innovations, for scaling up, for, from promise to becoming, or from the startup sector to become a global leader in a sector, and you're working with different startup ecosystems on different continents, specifically the US market and of course the European market. What is the biggest difference, and do you see right now a shift? Because of course with the current US administration, there are challenging times and challenging points and question marks, but also of course with this lacking of clear guidance in Europe, there are also some question marks. So, do we see a new movement of startups, or do they rather stick where they are? And is it even a chance for the European startup sector?
Yeah, and I think that's the greatest challenge we have as the European funding ecosystem, is how do you not only facilitate innovation, which is, I think, very clearly there, but how do you keep it remaining in Europe? And I think the US to date has been structurally much better able to finance innovation, both with the speed and the scale. 30% of our portfolio all of our companies are European founded, 30% have switched to US holdcos. And so I think that is indicative of there still being incentives, also one large market for reasons to move to the US. That being said, I am seeing a shift. Like, I do think if you were to ask me next year, that number won't be 30%. I think it'll be lower. And I think it's both push and pull. I think given the US environment, there's a lot more uncertainty. And so because of that, I think you have companies pausing on plans to expand in the US or relocate to the US. And I also think there is optimism from a European perspective, touching on what we need, is creating EU policy that is harmonized, to use the word before, and simplified. And that really is needed, because if there's clear guidance and incentives out there, people follow the money, and that will certainly drive continued support of the innovation ecosystem.
But in that regard, talking about the clean tech support, I'd like to get away from just talking about the US market or the US finance market and the European market. What are different players that we haven't yet talked about? Maybe Asian players or G20 players coming from India, Sub-Saharan Africa. There's so many, Brazil, there's so many BRICS. There's so many new players in that market, and the whole world is kind of now flowing around. So do you see any new markets, new actors that we should be aware of, because it's a blind spot right now in our debate?
Asia, I mean, both in terms of
China, or which?
No, I'm thinking Korea in particular, Korea, Japan. In terms of financing, a lot of capital is coming out of those markets in particular to finance European companies. Like, we're competing with those players more than I've seen corporates, Asian corporates, come up in rounds we're looking at, which I never would have seen before. So I think there's capital flowing from them, and I think there's certainly incentives in terms of where you locate production facilities as well. Yes, I would say those. I don't know if you think.
Yes, Susanna.
No, I would. I agree, but I would definitely mention China. I think from when I started doing impact investing, like 9-10 years ago, versus now. 10 years ago, Europe was clearly in the lead, I would say, in terms of new technologies and developing them. If you look now at what China have actually done in clean tech, it's extremely impressive. And in my line of business, we're looking at building large-scale plants. And the latest statistics I've seen, in many industries, China do it at half the capex. And
oh, hang on, we need a first aid.
Oh.
A first aid person, please. Yes, we have a first aid person in the room.
Sure.
You have to lie. Hang on. Give him a clap on the back if he. First aid, please. And if he's not breathing. Is he not breathing? Otherwise, you clap him on the. Okay. Sorry for that. You're good. Yes, we need a first aid, and then we got you out, so you have a moment of breathing. Don't worry. Would you like to get a 5-minute break for you, or you feel comfortable to be in the room? Are you okay? You need a water or something? Or okay, you accompany him. And who's a contact person for him if he needs another help, please? Just Michael, just raise your hand. So just raise your hand, Michael, that he knows that you're the main contact person. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah. We just quickly check on the gentleman here, the gentleman with the tissue, please. Raising up the hand, yes. Please, maybe you take a 5-minute or just check on him quickly. I'd like to invite you back with your attention back to me, so we check that quickly, and then we continue, of course, as soon as possible our conversation, but it's good that we have professionals in the room and that we get Yes, please darken up. Okay. Get better soon, and I hope to see you. No, that's fixed, I think. Somebody yes. Okay. Are you okay? Perfect. Do you need a water or something? Okay, perfect. Okay, we are back. Susanna,
Yes,
Claire, and
just
and
happy
Susanna,
that
we
he
were
was-
sorry.
he was
I'm
okay.
just trying to
Yeah.
get. Okay, we were. Claire was mentioning these blind
was trying to
spots.
talk
You
about
were
China,
at China,
yes.
and then maybe you can also give all of us a glimpse of what the European stakeholders should be aware of and should they get their heads on it. Because sometimes, we tend to be a bit sleepy, maybe. But where would you say, okay, this is now really a wake-up call? Susanne.
No, I think what I was saying was that I saw some statistics, I think it was from McKinsey, saying that for many large projects like building factories, the capex in China is about half, and they build in about half the time versus what we do in both Europe and the US. So there the US definitely has the same problem. And I sometimes still hear politicians talk about, here in Europe especially, saying, but it's a level playing field, we're dependent on our exports and so on. But it's not a level playing field also with the tariffs that we see and everything. So I think there is definitely a lesson to be done. And what China are doing is truly impressive in certain areas. And if you look at clean tech especially, they do own certain verticals now, which they did not do just 5-7 years ago. So I think we need to be aware of that and also work together to actually build a strong and resilient industry in Europe. And I think it's only together we can do it, because China have been very good at combining public and private capital, at actually kind of collaborating and competing internally to make this happen. I think we need to step up to that.
Step up to that. And of course, that brings up our core topic of collaboration, and you were mentioning that before, that you were also part of the Respond group, and of course the Respond Accelerator. Besides, of course, the professional connection and collaboration, what human connections helped you then, of course, to scale up and to build up that collaboration that you needed to grow as a founder, but to grow also as a company?
So, I would say 3 points through the accelerator. One is, of course, meeting peers. I think that was most valuable, and I think there's still a very brilliant connection between these peers and supporting each other. And second one, I would say, grow as a leader, as I said in the beginning, and accompanying me as a young leader. And the third advantage of that program was that I received access not only to the network and to brilliant coaches and mentors and contacts, but also access to stages and
visibility
through being able to speak on panels and keynotes and so on, which I wouldn't have had the access to without Responsor.
Well, if you're in need of female founders, here you have them. There's no excuse anymore, right? Claire, the big buzzwords, resilience and collaboration. So bring it together. What is needed for resilient collaborations? What is from your perspective, of course, and with all the stories that you heard, something that we need to work on to shape and to strengthen that collaboration?
I think for startups, scale-ups that are in the industrialization space that require significant capital and longer timelines, the partnership with industry. So we've talked about this on the offtake side, but having strategics, corporates come in to support that, it, as an investor, de-risks that for us because it shows commercial adoption, and it also, there's a pro and a con to it. So just to make sure one's aware of it, you can also look if you're with one strategic, it can look that you have a captive audience, which from a M&A perspective down the road or from working with other corporates, might have some challenges there. So it's worth deciding when is the right time to bring in those corporates, and is it one versus a number, and that'll depend on each company. But I think what we need to do more from a collaborative perspective is bring in the industry to the conversation and to the capital.
Wonderful. And with that being said, I take that as a closing word. Thank you so much to Susanna Campbell, to Anne Lamb, and Claire Murray. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much also from my side. Good news number one, gentleman is feeling better. And I'm not a doctor, despite there was Mr. Eckhard von Hirschhausen was close to you, so I'm pretty sure that everything is fine. I'm not a doctor, but it looked like some circulation problems. In order to avoid that, ladies and gentlemen, get up. Everybody gets up. Get up. And now you can sit again, and you're now prepared for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dominic.
Thank you, Katie, for this very sparkling moderation. Thank you. So, I just want to make sure to get some energy into the room because it's already late afternoon, and we're lucky that you're better. So, we already had the. We're moving now on to the next topic, to the next session, and it's a pitch situation again of 5 fantastic startups. I had the privilege this morning already to rehearse a little bit with you. And it was very enlightening, so I'm looking forward to that. You folks in the room, I think you know already how it works. We had this experience firsthand in a very lively fashion in the panel prior to this panel, how this format exactly works. For those of you who haven't been here, I just repeat a few minor things. So first of all, the next 5 companies have also 3 minutes each for their pitch. The presentations will follow one after another without a break, and after that there will be an interactive auction. By now you know how it works. Please do me a favor, raise your hands. We talked a lot about this morning, about this afternoon, about competition. Let's make a little bit, a little competition out of this. We had this first round, this first set of 5 startups. Now you have to support me with my 5 startups. So I want to have more raising hands. I want to have more capital promises. I want to have more networks. Are you agree? If you agree, clap your hands. Yes. So you also, of course, I really ask you to raise your hand because that makes it more lively, but you also have the opportunity to scan the QR button. You know how it works. You submit the form, you press the send button. One important thing to note for you, digital commitments can be made throughout the whole afternoon, also the evening, also next year until 2020. No, that was a joke. But you can do it like the whole evening, and you should. So let's now invite the startups and scale-ups. By the way, Heba made in one of our calls last week, she said a nice thing about what's the difference between startups and scale-ups. Scale-ups are startups that have made it to the death valley. That's what you said. So don't leave me in the death valley of silence. Support us. Support me with raising your hands. And again, what does contribution mean? Contribution means any action, seriously, any action that helps a startup move forward. So yes, it can be candid feedback, but honestly, it can be more. It can mean opening a door. It can mean opening a door to a potential business partner, even to a first client. It also means offering resources or supporting key challenges, even capital. So every action, big or small, can make a difference. So the focus, and is Brian Schiller in the room? Brian Schiller of the BMW Foundation. Where is he? Brian, over there. Brian, stand up. It's good for your circulation. This is Brian Schiller, and Brian Schiller came to me in just shortly before we started and said, can you do me a favor, can you elaborate a little bit on the fact that it's only, or can you explain that it's only energy-focused startups, right, Brian? Because this cohort is on energy. So in case you ask yourself, why are they talking only about energy? There's a reason behind it. This year and this cohort is focusing on energy. Brian, was that okay? Are you happy? Good, so we can start. Our first guest, where is she? Our first guest offers an economical and carbon-neutral heat solution process for heavy industries, thereby surpassing traditional fossil fuel-based methods. May I ask you for an encouraging, supporting applause for Wei Wu, the CEO of Heatrix.
Have you ever thought about burning a brick with a hairdryer? No? Me neither. And now you're probably asking yourself, why should anybody do that? Let me introduce you to Jacobi Dachziegel, a family-owned German brick manufacturer with almost 200 years of history. This is now the 5th and 6th generation, but the existence of their company is under threat due to volatile energy markets and the rising costs of fossil fuels and CO2 emissions. Because burning bricks needs a lot of high-temperature heat, up to 1200 degrees C. And right now, the only way to do that is to burn fossil fuels. So, to stay competitive for the next 200 years, they need to find alternatives. Meanwhile, the cost for renewable electricity has fallen up to 88%. Why not use renewable electricity instead? Because they need heat. So we need to find something that transforms electricity into heat. Something like a hairdryer, perhaps? Well, that's exactly what we did. We've built a highly efficient electrical air heater that transforms renewable electricity into high-temperature process heat in form of hot air. Similar to the heating coils inside this hairdryer, we have ceramic heating elements where electricity runs through, causing it to get really hot. And to increase the efficiency, we combine those elements with ceramic foam boards, et voila, our unique patented heater that can heat up air up to 1500 degrees C. And the best part is, our heater works in a closed-loop system. That means we can reuse waste heat, reducing the primary demand of those customers, and that leads to energy cost savings of over 40% without green premium. Transforming electricity into heat is not new. There are other startups and companies who've been doing that, but they mainly focus on large-scale plants like cement and steel. We are different because our unique heater is specifically designed for the purpose of small-scale applications, of small to medium enterprises like our brick manufacturer. Because as you can see, this is a typical brick furnace. There are a lot of burners placed next to each other along the wall. So it's not possible to really fit a large container here. But with our super dense heater that has similar dimensions as those gas burners, we can replace them one by one in a gradual way. We are currently working on first pilots with the mentioned brick manufacturer and other partners. We're currently looking for investors to back our mission and pilot partners from the industry to actually join forces and save the world with a hairdryer.
Yeah, don't forget your argument.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That was brilliant. So the company of our next guest provides. You have questions? No, you have, right? You want to raise your hand? We'll come to that. The company of our next guest provides a scalable e-methane solution for decarbonizing industries, harnessing the power of green hydrogen and biogenic CO2. Please join me in a big round of applause for Benedikt Stolz, who is the COO of Turn2X. Benedikt, the floor is yours.
The climate crisis will be decided in the aisles of a supermarket, one sausage class at a time. If we think about clean energy, we see solar panels or wind turbines. But the hard truth is, even in the most ambitious net zero scenarios, half of our energy will have to come from molecules. Molecules that move ships, molecules that power high energy intensive industries, and molecules that store energy for when the wind doesn't blow. And if these molecules stay fossil, we fail the transition. That's why, for the first time in history, demand for these clean molecules is not optional. The European Union has written it into law. Sharp prices, quotas rising with heavy penalties for non-compliance. But honestly, and we heard it before, this is not only about regulation, it is about sovereignty. Europe has learned what it means to depend on energy from countries where political alliance can change overnight. Clean molecules produced in Europe mean resilience, stability, and independence. And that's why we have to act now. We cannot wait for technologies that are still in development or require infrastructure that needs to be built. Europe needs clean molecules today. And that is what Turn2X delivers. We take renewable electricity, water, and biogenic CO2 and turn it into e-methane, a carbon-free molecule that flows through existing pipelines, moves ships, and powers high-energy industries without changing a thing in the system we already have. At the heart is our honeycomb reactor. Modular, fast to permit, simple to finance. A modular unit replicated again and again across Europe. And this is not a vision for 2040. It is real today. Turn2X has built the world's first e-methane plant in Spain, injecting green molecules into the grid. We transport it from Spain, via France, to Germany, to our customers. And they make products out of that you can buy in the supermarket already. And for clarity, it's the glass, not the sausage. So Turn2X delivers what Europe requires. Clean molecules produced in Europe, securing Europe's energy sovereignty. So to every investor, every industrial leader, and every policymaker here today, if you want to secure Europe's energy future, if you want to have clean molecules that work today, not in 2040, Turn2X is your partner, one sausage class at a time.
Thank you. Somebody must have told these startup people that the argument becomes more convincing once you bring some decoration on stage. So I'm curious what's going to be. No, I think you don't have an item, but somebody will have an item, and I know who. The name of our next guest, ladies and gentlemen, is Lisa Langer, who serves as CFO of Ionisys. What does Ionisys? Well, the company provides PFAS-free, catalyst-coated membranes for enhanced performance and sustainability in electrochemical applications. I'm very happy that Lisa is now going to join us on stage in order to explain to us and to me what I've just said. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Kazimir Malevich's black squares are the most iconic and most debated works of modern art. Hanging in the world's top museum, still making people ask, what is art? Now, something that Malevich truly mastered, and my challenge for the next 3 minutes, is getting people excited about black squares. Or more precisely, getting you excited about the art we make at Ionisys. We make black squares in various sizes. They might look pretty plain, a plastic foil with black coating on both sides. But it's not just any foil. It's a cutting-edge membrane coated with highly engineered inks made from catalysts like platinum and iridium. It's called a catalyst-coated membrane, a CCM. That pure description might not excite you yet. But those CCMs, they convert electrons to molecules and vice versa. They sit at the heart of various climate technologies such as electrolyzers, fuel cells, power-to-X, and direct air capture systems. So if you believe that these technologies are key to a net zero future, you should be excited about CCMs, because they are the performance-defining piece inside all of them. Still not excited? Okay, here's another reason. As you can see here on the right-hand side, like when we zoom in on a CCM, we see by the green signal that the current market standard contains fluorine, or PFAS. PFAS are forever chemicals. They don't break down, they accumulate in the environment, and they are harmful to human health. At Ionisys, We replace PFAS with novel hydrocarbon polymers, as you can see by the absence of the green signal. And our technology enables that we scale climate technology without adding to PFAS pollution. Now you might think, okay, sounds sustainable, but what about performance? And the answer is, it's better. Our CCMs are a game changer. They offer superior performance, they enable entirely new electrochemical applications, and they do all of it without a green premium. So, are you excited now? If not, like any artist, like Malevich in his lifetime, I have to accept that art is subjective. But one last thought. Before you despair about the fact that an original Malevich is hard to get, or 85 million out of reach for most people in this room, maybe consider supporting Ionisys instead. We master black squares just as well as Malevich did, and the impact we create today is far more tangible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa Langer. Now on to the next pitch, ladies and gentlemen. I'm now calling up on stage a gentleman. Where is he? There he is. A gentleman whose company develops a chemical recycling process to convert plastic waste. They convert it into valuable, into eco-friendly chemicals, fostering a sort of a circular economy. The company's name is Radical Dot, and its co-founder's name is Andreas Wagner. Floor is yours.
Over 90% of our plastic waste globally is not being recycled. It's either burned, buried, or creates havoc in our environment. At the same time, there's a huge demand for sustainable and cost-competitive chemical building blocks in the chemical and plastics industry. Now, there are technologies that can convert plastic waste into those chemical building blocks, solving both of these challenges. But unfortunately, it's not that easy. Many projects and companies are failing to deliver on the society's scale challenge. And that's because cost competitiveness is non-negotiable in the chemical industry. If you're not cost competitive, your solution will be dismissed. So what are we doing differently at Radical Dot? Imagine you're putting a piece of plastic out in nature for thousands of years. Due to the impact of UV light and oxygen, it will slowly decay. You've all seen the start of this, a piece of plastic turning brittle or decoloring. Give it a couple of thousand years, and it will decompose. At Radical Dot, we are utilizing chemistry to mimic this exact process and perform accelerated aging of plastics with air. In our reactors, it doesn't take thousands of years. It takes less than an hour. We convert low-cost mixed plastic waste into so-called carboxylic acids. One of them, for example, being acetic acid, stuff you know from your vinegar. A huge chemical intermediate market worth more than $20 billion US, turning into high-value end products, all the way from apparel to adhesives and things like cable insulation. Now, why is this any different? Let's look at the current situation. Existing recycling technologies often require expensive sorting to get pure streams of plastic waste. And they have high costs of energy, high use of energy, that will ultimately lead to a green premium versus fossil-produced chemicals and plastics. At Radical Dot, we aim to do things slightly differently. Our technology is capable of using low-cost mixed plastic waste. And because we're oxidizing plastic to carboxylic acids, we release heat in that process, so we need minimum external energy input. That allows us to create a healthy margin and a sustainable chemical recycling business. But beyond that, we're also building the foundation of a sustainable European chemical industry, utilizing local plastic waste and getting rid of the dependence of fossil fuel sources. Now, if you're connected to the chemicals and plastics industry, please come talk to me afterwards. We're not currently fundraising, but if you're an investor and interested in our 2026 seed round, also please come afterwards and talk to me. And just to make it easier to remember my face following all these great pitches, just look out for the guy that looks somewhat like the lost cousin of Ed Sheeran and Prince Harry. So thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Prince Harry. That was very interesting. Glad that you could make it to Europe. We're almost through, ladies and gentlemen. Almost, because one company is still missing. It's NitroVolt and its CEO, Suzanne Samani Anderson. So let me share you some information about the company she's representing here. NitroVolt introduces a local, sustainable, cost-effective ammonia synthesis solution. This transformation of the ammonia production is especially important for the agricultural and for the biotech sectors. Welcome on stage, Suzanne Samani Anderson.
"120 years ago, the world stood in front of its greatest challenge yet. We were running out of food. As nations stood in deadly peril of not having enough to eat, mouths were multiplying, but food resources were dwindling. We used to source our fertilizer from just a few islands off the coast of South America, where birds would poop, which is sustainable. We would mine this poop and then ship it halfway across the world to spread on our fields. But the poop was running out. This was the problem. And it was known that it was through the laboratory that starvation could ultimately be turned into plenty. Now, just 10 years after this quote, here in Germany, Fritz Haber had a breakthrough. He managed to make ammonia, a nitrogenous fertilizer, in his lab at very high temperatures and very high pressures. Carl Bosch then took this discovery in just a couple of years and scaled it to a mega facility. And suddenly, we had commercial fertilizer production. Such a facility today looks like a city. This is huge. This enabled a global population boom. Today, 3.5 billion people are alive because of the Haber-Bosch process. Out of the 250 people in this room, 100 of us would not be here if it was not for this single invention. Unfortunately, there is a problem. Today, the Haber-Bosch process starts with fossil fuels. You need to find a source of fossil fuels, then you need to transport it to your centralized facility, where you then take the hydrogen from the fossil fuels and the nitrogen from air, and then combine it to make ammonia and some CO2. And then this is a huge centralized facility, so you need to ship it halfway across the world before you reach the region of interest, and then you need to truck it or train it to get it out to the local distributor before finally reaching the farmer. This is a big problem. This is a huge, cumbersome supply chain that makes us dependent on geopolitical regions that maybe we don't want to be dependent on. And this emits as much CO2 as the entire aviation industry, 0.5 gigaton every year just from the production of one chemical, ammonia. Luckily, a century later, another scientist in the laboratory found a solution. Meet the nitrolyzer. This system takes air, water, and renewable electricity to produce green ammonia in a room temperature, low pressure system. And that means we can take this nitrolyzer and put it in a container and place this container out at the field where it is needed. This gives the farmer resiliency against global supply chains and a green product. Farmers have been waiting for this solution for decades. And don't just take it from us. You can ask the 120 farmers we've talked with. So are you intrigued? If so, then join us to make ammonia green again. Thank you. We have more of these hats, so come get them.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So why don't you stay here? Why don't you stay? Let's get into the auction now. Let's get into the process you're already used to. So I'm asking you for commitments. I'm asking you for opening doors, for you raising your hands in order to support the 5 startups which presented their ideas, their businesses, and you've witnessed that. With me, maybe Katie, you can help me a little bit in order to get the crowd engaging. Katie is better in that than I am. The Heatrix. Let's start with Heatrix. Maybe we repeat again, or maybe so that you, Prince Harry, could you get up? So I know Prince Harry doesn't need financial support, I guess, but Ed Sheeran doesn't need it either, but Andreas needs it. So all of you, stand up, get up, so that the people see, first of all, who you are again, and the question you have. And come up on stage, come up on stage, come up on stage. No stage fear, come up. So again, there's somebody who raised his hand, right? Over there, no. Who wants to raise his hand? So Heatrix, intro to another German brick company that could be interested in the technology.
Woo, woo!
Okay. Is that okay for you? Do you accept that? Yeah? Does it really help you? So what's the most important thing you need right now? If you could pick just one, the most important contribution and commitment.
So basically money.
Okay, that was very blunt. Basically money. Who of you is not interested in money? The first. Andreas, you said you're going to raise next year? The fundraising?
We're only raising next year. So I guess what's always most helpful is when you get commitments from relevant industry players. And that doesn't necessarily have to be offtakes. We've heard offtakes in the panel, but that's early pilots. It's commitments that they're interested in our products once scaled up. It's maybe something as simple as a letter of intent or an early stage agreement that this is something of interest. So these types of early pilots is certainly something that I think we're interested, but I don't think I'm the only one on the stage here.
Okay. So Radical Dot, another one from Head of Innovation of Covestro would like to explore whether technology is also suitable for Covestro's products. This is a sentence that should make you smile.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, thank you very much.
It does. Very happy.
How about you, Lisa? Your situation and your company. What's the most pressing thing right now? The biggest support you can imagine, like within the next 6 months.
I think the biggest support I can imagine, and that's probably true for many companies in our field, is a strong political commitment to stick to targets. Like no investment if we don't stick to the targets that we agreed on. And that is what I'm worried about. That we don't have that trust in targets, and that makes our path much harder for everyone in the room.
And the interesting thing is, in the break, we had several conversations, and this is kind of also the elephant in the room: the lack of reliability in Europe, the lack of accountability. That we compared it to the 5-year plans in China, but that makes a difference for somebody who is investing money, of course. So it's very smart and very right what you said. So let's have a look what's here with the Ionisys. Sparring for communication, highly scientific topics to different audiences. This is good.
That is very good, yeah. I tried to make it understandable today.
No, but you did. I think that was a great presentation, and I like the Malevich Association as well.
But it is true, something
anybody wants to raise his hand or her hand here in the room? I mentioned that before. It's kind of a death valley of silence, and you're pushing me right into that. There is a hand, and there is a lady who is raising her hand, and there's a microphone coming to you. Thank you very much. You saved us.
I don't know enough about the technology, but I'll be happy to connect you with Aluminium Industries. We're looking to get to net zero with one of my clients who's an aluminium producer. So if any of your technologies would work for that,
fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What's your name?
My name is Rosario.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. So Ben.
Yes.
Connect with executive board member of an energy company. Does it sound helpful?
A little bit.
Depends a little bit on the size of the energy company, right? Okay, so very good. Thank you very much. Any other hands that want to be raised? Any other opening doors, networks? Over there? Oh, yes. Mrs. Dunlop.
I would really love to have a conversation with Nitrovolt, connected to decarbonizing and transforming the entire economy of Ireland into sustainable bioeconomy, where ammonia is one of its biggest problems, or indeed the Netherlands. So those of us who are doing big-scale implementation, we need, if you can scale, we need it now.
Great. I'll give you a hat.
Thank you very much. I think this is a fairly good result. Is the last person wants to raise his hand or her hand? No. Okay, then, there's somebody. We want to make sure that we don't forget. Okay, so this gentleman over there, thank you very much, Katie.
And then over there in the left.
The gentleman in the last row.
Hi, Ronald Reagan once said the most 9 terrifying words in the English language are "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." I work for the federal government on energy policy, and if you need any political connections to parliamentarians or to political leaders or regulatory issues, I'm very happy to help you. I'm Simon from the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy.
Amazing. Thank you. I know you from the MSc, right? He's a trustworthy guy. You can rely on him. So write down his name and then stalk him. Very good. Thank you. No, he's excellent. Thank you very much. The gentleman in the last row. Thank you very much, first of all.
Yeah, no problem. I'm got up my circulation, but I would like to talk to Nitrovolt. I'm from Brazil, and I think Brazil is well known to export commodities. It would be amazing, like, to clean and take these solutions over there. So we would like to talk with you.
Yes, great. You get a hat too.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now that we have gathered some more contributions than you in your panel, I think we can close it.
It's a little competition among us, right?
As being said, ladies and gentlemen, scan the QR code, and when you come up with an idea, when you come up with a thought that might help these 5 fantastic young colleagues, please don't hesitate and punch in the information on the form, press the send button, and support future business. You can be very proud. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As we mentioned, let me say a few things. As we mentioned at the beginning, the Respond program was launched by the BMW Foundation, I think, 6 years ago. Is that right? 6 years ago? Some 6 years. And tonight we've seen sort of the fruits that have grown on this tree. And I think this is something that also must make you very proud. And if I may add one more note, the portfolio companies of the Respond program have now created almost 2,000 jobs in the climate tech sector. This is amazing. Together, they have raised almost €500 million in capital. I think that deserves also a round of applause. This goes to the BMW Foundation colleagues. Thank you very much. You have done a great job and you have achieved a lot. And the nice thing is you're not finished yet. And now back to Katie, who will have a fairly interesting dialogue with Christoph Gebald on closing the carbon loop. Katie, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, Dominic. And there's another pitch round coming, so I'd like to see more hands. It's a little competition also among the moderators, so depending on which team you are, I count on you, okay? Right? Startups? Can I hear you? Yes? Yay! Last round is coming around the corner. As Dominic mentioned, we have now a conversation on the question how to close the carbon loop, which makes one of Europe's most urgent opportunities, making carbon removal a central pillar when it comes to mitigating climate change and closing the carbon loop. And for that, I welcome now a very interesting personality because he's a founder and he's a doer. He just doesn't talk only about solutions because he's building them. And as co-founder and co-CEO of Climeworks, he has helped the direct air capture from the margins of climate theory into the center of global debate on how to reach net zero. Please shower him and please welcome him, Dr. Christoph Gebald. Hi, Christoph.
Hey.
Nice to meet you. How are you doing? How was your arrival to Berlin?
Great, we're on a roll. We have a good time.
When we talk about the topic of the next good 15 minutes, and when we talk about this European perspective when it comes to carbon removal, of course, we are thrilled to have you and to talk with you about Climeworks, because carbon removal is more than just an environmental necessity. I think that is the baseline that we're debating here. It's about industrial resilience. It's about shaping up the first mover advantage as well in Europe and shaping one of the defining technologies when it comes to the next decade. So I always love to understand from founders, from CEOs, where they are coming from. And Christoph, that's why I would love to hear from you. Take us also again back to the beginning, to the moment where you said, okay, I'm convinced that I will take carbon removal as a solution, and I don't see it just as a science fiction, but I do see a business model out of it. What was that moment of enlightening?
Yeah. Well, first of all, let me thank you for having me. And to your question in the early days, that wasn't mentioned in the intro, I've been doing that for the last 18 years. So seeing those startups warms my heart and reminds me of like almost 20 years ago. As you said, today, carbon dioxide removal is scientifically proven to be needed. Like every climate report, the IPCC reports you look at state, carbon removal is needed on a massive scale, 15 billion tons in the next 25 years. Now, when we started the company and when I started my research, that was not the case. Like climate science did not recommend to do that. How I approached that, or how to become about the idea to your question, in Germany, for example, every resident of Germany produces 500 kilograms of waste annually. And the waste is treated, right, either burned or landfill. Like every German resident, on the other hand, produces 7 tons, so 7,000 kilograms of CO2 each year. And guess what? It's not taken care of, right? The only reason it's not taken care of, we can't smell it. It's a gas. It goes in the atmosphere. We can't see it. But imagine it was trash. It was a disaster, right? We couldn't exit from our doors. So that was the very fundamental thought of Climeworks 20 years ago when I researched on the topic and was sitting on a technology that could capture CO2 from the air. It was, as an engineer, it was entirely logic to me that one day there will be a climate utility pulling carbon dioxide from the air and storing it at the ground, like we do it with waste, like we do it with water. And fast forward 2025 or 2024 last year, the world has blown the 1.5 degree target. Very proud, of course a joke. First time in history, or in the last 100,000 years, we're beyond 1.5 degrees. We're in a world of overshoot. We're living exactly that phase where we have too much CO2 in the air.
Explain me one thing. How does this work, your technology at Climeworks? Because I pictured it always as a big CO2 vacuum cleaner. Is that the correct image, or would you add something on that to understand the technology behind it and to understand what drives you then?
That's a very good way of describing it. Think of it as very big devices. We build modular plants, 40-foot shipping containers with ventilators. They suck in atmospheric air, and inside the secret happens. We have a filter material that filters the CO2 on its surface. Every couple of hours, we release again the CO2 from the surface, we get it as a pure gas, and then we store it in the ground. We do that up in Iceland. There's excellent geology, very good low-carbon, low-cost energy to drive the process. That's the only place on Earth where this is currently being done. Essentially, a big vacuum cleaner for the atmosphere.
But that will cost a lot of energy, right? Because why did you decide to go that way? It's always the dependencies when we talk about air capture, direct air capture. Do we do it via the electrolysis, or do we do it via the hydrolysis? So tell us why you made your decision.
My background, as mentioned, I'm an engineer by training. My background is thermodynamics. I'm afraid there's no free lunch when it comes to getting carbon back out of the air. Like thermodynamics say, you need energy. It's like we create a chaos, and like ordering a chaos requires energy. It's like if you gotta clean up your room, you need energy to do that. The same we can.
So electrolysis,
we do to the atmosphere. Nevertheless, you want to do it with the most energy efficient way, and we believe that we have the most energy efficient technology on Earth to pull carbon dioxide from the air. And you want to marry it with a site where you have low carbon, low cost energy, in order to have as little as possible gray emissions when you operate the plant. Now, one thought on energy, since you mentioned it requires a lot of energy, and like media, or you're a journalist, so media report a lot about that. The thought I would like to offer is that it actually provides a lot of co-benefits. Electric cars, early days, were said to use also energy from the grid, and it might compete with other applications. But there are positive tipping points, right? Like electric vehicles helped battery costs to come down. Lower cost batteries help to store renewable energies, is essentially positively helping the renewable system to be built out. The same will be done by direct air capture. We can take energy when others can't, and in such we can help load balancing and bring stability to the extension of renewables.
Just to understand it, again, there are a couple of startups in the field, of course, and when it comes to direct air capture, nearly 50 to my research. And as I mentioned, some follow hydrolysis. When it comes to numbers, only 10%. You with Climeworks, you follow the 90%. When it comes to electrolysis, again, what was for you the beneficial way to go towards electrolysis and to go that way with higher energy demands?
Well, it's actually lower energy demands. Like we use the process that thermodynamically uses much less energy than other processes.
Okay. When it comes to these political ecosystems now, and we mentioned that earlier in the different debates, that of course sustainable targets, they still need to be covered, but it's a different political ecosystem now we are in. Political priorities are shifting. We all heard about the geopolitical tensions, of course. Who's paying then for carbon capture in the future when these political shifts are rearranging the ecosystem for sustainable development?
Well, where climate ambition is fluctuating, obviously, and we're living through that, climate science does not. It's physics. Like if I lift this thing and let it go, it'll go down and not up. That's the same with climate science. It's like a physical law that's not negotiable. What is required? You need companies like those on stage to provide solutions, and you need, as you ask, you need dollars, right? You need a market that is paying for that. Who is that market? In our case, it's voluntary actors. We have more than 200 corporate clients buying carbon dioxide removal credits from Climeworks in long-term agreements. So how does that look like? A Microsoft, a JP Morgan, a Boston Consulting, like tech, professional service, financial service, hard to abate, Lufthansa, for example, British Airways, are paying us in 5 to 15-year agreement, fixed volumes, so fixed tonnage per annum, fixed price, in order to get CO2 back out of the air. Again, it's more than 200 corporate buyers at the moment. It's several 10,000s of private buyers. Bill Gates uses our service. Coldplay, maybe some of you were at Coldplay concerts. At the end, there's a big Climeworks plan, the Climeworks logo, net zero touring. So those are the current actors. I do think that in the next 5 years, there will be a transition from the current voluntary regime to a compliance regime. And I'm very happy to see that today governments are starting to have discussions around the overshoot, what I mentioned in the beginning, and that governments are starting to embrace the topic of carbon dioxide removal, implemented in net zero strategies. The Commission, the European Commission is leading. They embrace carbon removals. Carbon dioxide removal will be integrated in the EU ETS trading scheme in 2031. Japan does a lot of work. Singapore does a lot of work. So a lot is happening. And I see from those voluntary actors a movement to the compliance sector within the next 5 years, presumably.
Still with that regard, how do you face then the political shifts on a global scale with these headwinds when it comes to build up resilience? Because it's also connected, of course, to funding mechanisms. And with the new US administration or different developments on the political sphere, there will be, of course, consequences to the funding sphere. So how do you stay resilient to that?
Well, the old Rothschild once said, you have to buy when cannonballs are flying, right? And right now the cannonballs are obviously flying, so it's a good time to look into opportunities, and I think that's our role as entrepreneurs. Our role is not to complain about what's being done in politics, but to find opportunities. And they are, the beauty about human beings is that humans are not a homogeneous mass and everyone does the same. It's a very heterogeneous mass, actually, and people act very differently in a very diverse way. And the beauty is that where some countries step down, some other countries step up and keep the course. Like in the Middle East, there's a lot of action. They stay the course. They do understand that the transition will be one of the bigger business opportunities in the next years to come. China does a lot of work. I mentioned Japan. Japan is leading big time in our topic. So for us as entrepreneurs, it simply means to build the right pipelines, build the right opportunities, and to have the resilience as a consequence of that.
And where did Europe enable you to grow and to succeed?
That's a very good question. So my blood is German. I grew up in a very traditional Siemens family in Germany. I did my undergrad in ETH Zurich in Switzerland and grad school in Berkeley in California. So I saw some different, or I got a flavor of different systems, so to say. Where Europe enabled me, and side note, the company is incorporated in Zurich. That's where our headquarters and where I currently live. The infrastructure and the innovation we saw at ETH Zurich was enormous, and the laboratories, the infrastructure to research was no comparison to the United States, for example. So that was amazing. The early seed funding opportunities, the growth funding opportunities are incredible. So
is it a Swiss phenomena or a European phenomena?
I can speak to ETH Zurich because this is where I studied. I can't speak to other European universities, I'm afraid. But what I can say in comparison to the US university I was, it is remarkable. It is really remarkable. It's outstanding. Where I see limits is in a phase where we currently are, when it comes, like currently we're in the conundrum that the plants we're building still have venture-like risks, but the returns that are expected are infrastructure-like returns, like a bridge or a port or an airport, right? Like 15% annual return, essentially no risk. And that doesn't square, right? And this is where Europe has limitations. What is needed is equity in this phase, and that's lacking. There, the United States is doing a lot of work. Other countries are doing a lot of work. So I wish that Europe is getting up.
Coming to almost the end, Christoph, everybody who's, a founder, I assume, has some scars. Some call it learnings, others call it scars. What's your scar?
Well, there's a very famous quote of Bill Gates. He once said...
No, your
No, but it comes to my scar. He said, you overestimate what you'll achieve in a year, but you underestimate what you achieve in 10 years. So I mentioned I've been doing that for 20 years now almost, right? And it turns out that for our industry, maybe the statement doesn't apply, and that's the scar, that you even overestimate what you can achieve in 10 years, right? The point I would like to make is that managing this transition is a hardware task. It's something that has been done, like Haber-Bosch was cited in one of the pitches. That was done in this country 100 years ago, right? And that's not a transition like Minister Le Maire said earlier today. Things have to go very quick. The challenge with infrastructure business and hardware business is they're not moving quickly.
It takes time.
Still, we have AI, we have all the crazy tools, but it still takes time. It takes test and refine cycles, and I simply underestimated the time that is needed and burned our fingers.
What is a learning that you would like to share with the startup guys sitting there, the family, the startup family? Is there something that you would actually share with them for their journey as a little message?
Well, stay optimistic. I think it's where I think the current sentiment will not allow you to be very, like if you read newspaper, right, you might not be very optimistic about climate tech, right? Like climate has a backseat right now in the current global discussion. But it's for us entrepreneurs to figure out those opportunities, and they are. You'll be surprised. Again, going back to like people being heterogeneous, it's a bit like a waterbed. Not that I have one, but if someone presses really hard on one side and says climate change doesn't exist, something will come out on the other side, right? And someone will raise their hand and say, "Oh, you know what? I high five you, and I do agree climate change exists." It's our role to find them, so to find the needle in the haystack, right? And I can just motivate you if you hit boundaries, continue searching. For us, the secret sauce and why I'm super optimistic is to build pipelines. Don't only bet on one solution, but build robust pipelines. When you do projects, don't only bet on one project, build a project pipeline. When you act commercially, we are the only firm globally that, by 2 orders of magnitude, our competitors have clients, but they maximum have 10 clients. If one has a hiccup, you have an issue, right? So you want to diversify. I think diversification in the current very volatile environment is really the way to act for companies like us.
Noted, right? Yes. Thank you very much to Dr. Christoph Gewald. Thank you. Thank you, Christoph. All the best.
Thank you.
Okie doke. I have a quick look to my startups. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes, get off your phones. You can check your emails later. Because now you scan the QR code, of course, and we get into our last round of pitching when it's about our first startup. And it's my big pleasure to welcome him on stage because we hear now more solutions to close the carbon loop. He's the CEO and the co-founder of Cetogenics. Please welcome Trevor Stuffridge.
Kia ora tātou. Wouldn't it be great to be able to live through life by using carbon in our everyday lives without using fossil carbon? This is our target for Cetogenics. Every year, the world generates 100 billion tonnes of organic waste around the world. This material is a vast untapped reservoir of renewable carbon that could replace fossil carbon with the right technology. Cetogenics is unlocking the hidden potential of this carbon using our unique CetoBoost technology. CetoBoost takes organic waste streams and plastics and using nothing but temperature, pressure and air, precisely deconstructs them and transforms them into renewable natural gas, green ammonia, phosphate fertilizer and clean water. Our system is modular and plug and play. One unit can process 25,000 tonnes of waste and generate enough renewable gas for 3,300 households in 1 year. Our autothermal process produces 40% more renewable natural gas than the standard technologies. We eliminate 100% of the contaminants, including microplastics, and we do this at a capital cost that is 93% lower than the current alternatives. We've identified over 37,000 sites already around the world for retrofitting of our technology. The payback period in a retrofit for our technology is less than 2 years at an 18 to 20% IRR. Cetogenics was formed in 2022 in New Zealand, but it's part of a 15-year journey by the co-founders where we've taken the technology from the laboratory to patented IP and 4 generations of scale-up. Our 18-month go-to-market strategy includes sales in New Zealand, strategic partnerships with large European utilities, including Anglian Water and Nature Energy, and working with zero-carbon strategy corporate globals like PepsiCo. Today, we're seeking lead investors, investment, and networks to take us to first-of-kind commercial sales in 2027. We anticipate that by 2030, our customers could be processing up to 2.5 million tonnes of waste a year to provide carbon offsets that in a total addressable market could be worth 1.5 gigatons a year. Cetogenics is offering a unique opportunity to integrate energy resilience with waste circularity. We would love to join us on our journey. to take renewable futures with no waste left behind. Kia ora.
Thank you, Trevor. If you have a commitment, please send it along. And don't forget to press that send button, right, when you have a digital commitment in the app. Our next startup is the CEO and co-founder of Atmos Future. So please shower him with applause. Vinny Patel.
When we think about revolutionary breakthroughs, many of them have come from people whom we don't expect. Like the Wright brothers, who are mere bicycle mechanics, but through observing birds, unlocked the secret to flight. And how about Germany's very own Bertha Benz? Sorry, BMW. She had no technical experience whatsoever, but through her curiosity, she enabled her husband's vehicle to become a long-range market-viable product. So what do they all have in common? Well, they were outsiders with fresh perspectives and weren't bound by conventional ways of thinking. And so this is where our journey began. My co-founder, a firm believer in climate change, that's not him, by the way, he's not that good looking. He was helping his son with a physics problem when he had the breakthrough. By using the fundamental principles of thermodynamics, we realized that there's vast amounts of energy in the air. And by using supercooling, we could convert that into power. So this is not just a new energy source. No, this is a way of tackling the climate crisis by taking out the energy, and then that's causing global warming. And so, our patented solution, RefRac, uses a process called reverse fractionation. This is where we use liquid nitrogen to liquefy the air, take out the CO2, and then use the remaining liquefied gases in a phase-changing process to generate clean power. That's baseload clean power. So, we offer a strong value proposition to these hard-to-abate sectors and energy-intensive industries, such as data centers. We're able to achieve a low cost point because we don't have any mechanical fans or condensers. And as a result, we can offer cheap baseload clean power, which is decentralized 24/7. And as a result, our customers can save up to 75% off their energy bills. Now, a mid-sized data center requires anywhere between 5 to 20 gigawatt hours of power, and it's increasing as we've heard about AI. All we require is a 40-foot container to meet their demands. And that's like, what, a tenth of an acre. As mentioned, we also sequester CO2, which will be utilized or stored, creating a circular economy. So we're not just offering a product, we're offering the full climate solution. And so we're seeking partnerships, financial and strategic partnerships in our seed round, so that we can develop our technology and show its commercial viability. And we invite you to join us on this journey of changing curiosity into reality in our unconventional way. Thank you all.
Vinny!
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
He needs contacts to data centers. Anyone? Yeah? Check your phone book. Thank you, Vinny. Okay, coming to our next startup. He's the corporate development director at Elithic. And he's the one and only Mauro Mello. Stage is yours.
That concrete is the second most used material on Earth after water, and that cement is the biggest polluter, 8% of total CO2 emission. If this tiny Lego house was built with traditional cement, the amount of CO2 produced in the process for the cement alone would be enough to fill in this big balloon. That's where Alytic comes in. After years of research, a new approach to capture CO2 and mineralize it into a mineral feedstock in one integrated process that is highly energy efficient and that enables us to improve the cementitious properties of the final product. That means that we can work with waste coming from other industries that are currently sitting in landfills and transform them into valuable material that costs half of traditional cement and enable regions like Europe or North America to be competitive again in producing cementitious material, but without harming the environment. At Alytic, since 2023, we've come a long way, both technically and commercially. We've built our demo facility in the US, we signed purchase agreements, and we are ready for the next steps towards our first commercial pilot by 2027 that could be pretty much anywhere in the world. But we need support. We need new investors. We need strategic players from the industry, either from the mineral feedstock side, power generators, and steel manufacturers, to the cement and concrete side. If that same Lego was built with our material, the amount of CO2 involved in the process would be this balloon, but that would be removal and not emission. So if you're interested to learn more about Alytic and help us to respond to this issue, please come and talk to me. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mauro.
Thank you.
So maybe someone has contacts to cement manufacturers or concrete manufacturers or other experts in the field. We come to the auction in a second. Last but absolutely not least, so we shower her with a round of applause as well. It's the last startup of today, of this pitch. You ready? Perfect. The CSO and co-founder of Carbon Bridge, Sophia Schuh.
Thank you for sticking to the last one. I promise it'll be very interesting. Excuse me. Oh, now let me tell you exactly why that happened. Bubbles. There we go. Inside this can of Spezi, CO2 gas bubbles were dissolved inside this drink. And the second I opened it up, they immediately wanted to escape, because gases and liquids do not mix. And normally this wouldn't be such a big problem unless I'm talking to 250 people on stage, but this is a massive mess for gas fermentation. See, microbes have evolved this incredible ability over the course of eons to be able to take gases and convert them into everyday products, like fuels and chemicals. They can do it extremely energy efficiently, at 30 degrees Celsius, at atmospheric pressures. That's like a normal European summer day. The challenge is therefore not that we don't have the right microbes, but that we don't have the right infrastructure to reap those benefits. Here's what I mean. See, bioreactors haven't really changed much since the days of wine and beer. You have a massive tank, you have microbes that are swimming around in solution, and they make some kind of product for you by eating sugar. And this has worked fantastically for wine and beer. We've scaled that for thousands of years. The challenge with gas fermentation is how you get those gases to the microbes in solution, because again, gases and liquids don't mix. To put this in perspective, we're all humans here. We breathe oxygen, right? Imagine if you were submerged 1,000 feet deep into the Atlantic Ocean. Beyond pressure, beyond lack of oxygen, we just really wouldn't like that. And we would die. And that's essentially what we're doing with microbes. You're putting these microbes that love to eat gases, and you're drowning them in these massive tanks. And that is the fundamental problem. And that is, unfortunately, a physics barrier called gas solubility. So don't go against physics. We've been told that many times before. So instead, the answer is to eliminate the bubbles. Do not mix gas and liquid. And that's exactly what we do at Carbon Bridge. We went back to first principles, and we designed a completely novel bioreactor, where instead of our microbes drowning in liquid, our microbes sit on a surface, just like you guys are all sitting in the audience. And this allows them to have all the gases they could possibly need to do the conversion. So once you eliminate that physics barrier, you unlock the potential of your microbe. And this is very powerful. What is the potential of nature? Well, the result is that you can make the greenest fuels and chemicals at the lowest possible cost at fossil parity without subsidies, without credits. We call this the green discount. And we're doing exactly that. We're supported by ARPA-E to take biogenic methane from wastewater treatment facilities and convert it into methanol for the liquid fuel for the maritime shipping industry. But not only that, you can put a new microbe in this system, feed it, say, waste oils and air, and you can make ingredients for skincare, antibiotics, and biopesticides. So we operate on a very simple BYOB, bring your own bug model, put it in our system, test out the new limits of your microbe, and simply scale by stacking. If you're in the bioindustrial space, I'd love to chat over a new can of Spitzi. I have some more, and would love to chat further. Cheers.
Sophia, thank you. Alrighty. Ready? Yes. Let's start the auction. Let's see what you've already sent into the digital auction through the... Oh, come on, let's ask for more. Yeah, not a lot of commitments yet. The pressure is on you. Use the QR code for the shy people, but also, of course, use your hand. Who has a commitment? I see one. Hang on, we collect. We put up the pressure a bit. Who else? Who else? Two? Can we make it to three? 1, 2. This part is very silent here. Is that a hand sign or this is a hand? Oh, well, yeah, this is okay. Perfect. We start with you, and then I come back to you. Beautiful. You can't shy away now. No? The microphone is, sorry, there's a gentleman here to your right-hand side. Yes. 5 seats in. Tell us who you are and what's your commitment. We are very thrilled.
Hello, I'm Brian Kurtz. I'm very pleased to commit to Mauro from Lithic, connection to a region or a state in North America at the cabinet level that is looking to recruit more concrete manufacturing operations in their state.
Thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up. Perfect. Beautiful. Thanks. Who else? Number 2. Thank you. Who are you and what is your commitment?
I'm Luis Hahnemann. I initiated an impact fund and I would love to get a deck from Sophia, Carbon Bridge.
Sophia, Sophia, Sophia. Perfect. Thank you very much. Who did I miss? Here we go. The gentleman.
Yes. Hi. Does
it work now? I can't hear you. Hang on. Now?
Does it work now?
Yes, perfect.
Hi, I'm Benjamin from Copa Ventures, so second VC standing up, and very happy to talk to all of you looking for seed capital, also for the amazing startups we heard before. Happy to have a chat tonight.
Is that music to our ears or is that music to our ears? Okay, hang on. I need something for Trevor. He needs someone working the waste management or renewable energy space clients. Right? Someone? Or intros to people in Europe because he's based in New Zealand. Someone? Maybe? You can also send it digitally via the QR code. I have something for Vinny. Listen up. A contact to head of sustainability at NTT Data. Hey, 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 thank you very much. We all go through our phone contacts again. And Mauro, I have a contact with the CEO of Heidelberg Materials. Okie doke. Did I miss anyone? I don't want to oversee you. You know, yes, no, maybe? Do we have a half hand left in the audience? No, but I think that is already a wonderful commitment group because you followed along all the pitches, quite a long stretch, 14 different startups, but these are the change makers of the future. Thank you very much to all of you. This is your round of applause. Come, Dominic, I'm not biting, but I have one more detail because this was the Respond cohort number 6, focusing on clean tech solutions. And I have good news because a new cohort is just about to start with the topic of future urban living when it comes to finding solutions to urban spaces and the advancement of metropolitan regions, because we all want life quality also in our urban areas, and that is the task for the next Respond cohort. Thrilled to have these solutions, and a round of applause to the team behind the scenes, because I think they're sitting here in the back, making these cities livable and future-proof with all that comes along with urban settlement. And with that, I hand over back to Dominic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And maybe also a little applause for the people doing that on stage. Thank you very much, guys. Future urban living couldn't come at a better time, I think. Congratulations to the foundation. Now that we have delved into the very interesting pitches at the very and highly operational level of startups and scale-ups, I would like to invite you once again, ladies and gentlemen, to take a step back and adopt the micro perspective, so to speak. We will do this together with two very distinguished experts whom I will introduce to you in just a moment. One of the guiding questions over these 2 days here in Berlin is and will be and was, as you know, how Europe can remain future-proof. That voice shows what future-proof means. In the face of all challenges, or even more importantly, how it can become significantly more future-proof than we are right now. Achieving the right balance between competition on the one hand and collaboration on the other hand plays a central role in this, and I think we all agree on that. But there are also other important factors. One of these factors is the topic of energy, and this is the main factor of this event in these 2 days. It's clear that the status quo will change. We heard that a lot during the last days, during the last hours, and it's clear that the status quo has to change. Every energy demand will continue to grow, that's quite obvious, and Europe must ensure that it can provide its companies with energy at fair prices. In our next session, we want to talk with two experts about what it takes for Europe to become a truly resilient, reliable, efficient, and especially independent player in the global energy transition. For this conversation, it is now my honor and to welcome two outstanding experts on the stage. Lilian Schwich is the co-founder as well as co-CEO of Scilib, which she co-founded in 2022. Dr. Lilian Schwich is not your average academic unless your idea of average includes a PhD, includes an impressive track record in both research and in practice, and a knack for making even the most complex topics feel like an engaging conversation over coffee. With a background that bridges rigorous science and real-world impact, Lilian has built a reputation as a thought leader, a problem solver, and perhaps most importantly, a champion for curiosity. Her work has taken her from university, of course, university lecture halls, to international conferences, from in-depth research projects to hands-on workshops. So whether you're here to learn, whether you're here to be inspired, whether you're here to invest, whether you're here to just enjoy a fresh perspective, you're in excellent hands with her. Please join me in welcoming Lilian Schwich. Welcome on stage. Wherever you want, maybe in the middle. Does it sound okay? Now to our second guest. Thank you, Lilian. Now to our second guest, somebody you of course know if you've been with the BMW Foundations at previous events. Those of you who already met Gerard Reed will know that we better get ready to meet someone who truly embodies the spirit of innovation and the courage to challenge the status quo on a permanent level. Gerard is not just a co-founder of Alexa Capital, he is a visionary at the crossroads of finance, energy, and technology. With a career spanning investment banking, entrepreneurship, and thought leadership, Gerard has become a very famous podcaster and, of course, one of Europe's most trusted voices on the future of energy and sustainable finance. So if you're curious about where our energy comes from, where our investments are headed, or both thinking can reshape entire industries, you are in the rightly exact place. Please join me in welcoming Gerard Reed. Where are you? Good to see you again. When was the last time we met?
Munich.
Munich,
Yes.
MSc.
MSc, exactly.
How could I forget? Please have a seat, Gerard. Thank you very much for being with us here on stage. We have a couple of minutes to discuss huge topics, and it's going to be rather difficult, but let's try. Electrification. I want to start with you, Lilian, if that's okay.
Sure.
Electrification, digitization, and a topic we spoke, I think, not enough today about is AI, are the new industrial revolution, so to say. What are the three main structural weaknesses holding back Europe's energy sovereignty? Focus on three. You'll get the same question.
Yeah, so, well, firstly, I would say
Microphone? Works.
Test.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So firstly, most importantly probably, 40% of our electrical grid is older than 40 years. And this is significantly bad because with this old energy network, renewables aren't compatible oftenly. And therefore, this goes along with a second obstacle, meaning we have to build out this grid, and it takes quite long. And Europe to
what
date...
means quite long?
Don't ask.
What means quite long in Europe, not in China?
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Like whoever has seen a building site in a street in Germany those days, those are taking 4 or 5 years for just a small project. But we are talking 20 years, right?
So the lack of speed is also holding.
Exactly. This is a critical point. Therefore, we have to find other solutions to be a bit faster, find regional solutions for energy supply.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you elaborate a little bit on other solutions? Because it sounds good, but it sounds even better if you tell us what are other solutions.
Yeah, sure. So I think we have to look at the European energy landscape more from a regional perspective. The prices today in Germany, for example, are like completely the same if we are in northern Germany or southern Germany, right? This is crazy. This is super crazy. And therefore, we have to find regional solutions. For example, energy storage solutions, but also can be like based on energy generation. Like, you know, H2 is a super important technology which we shouldn't forgo on. And I mean, those regional differences stem also from the different regional consumption profiles. We cannot compare a steel-making facility to a continuous EV manufacturing, right? And therefore, we have to find different sources of energy production. Can be also nuclear energy. In Germany, it's a bit tricky, but if we are talking about Europe, there are still locations where nuclear energy can really be tapped, and we shouldn't forgo on that.
Before we move on to you, John, just one follow-up question. Do you personally think in this country there will be nuclear energy within the next 30 years again?
No,
yes
I don't think so. Not in Germany. I think this train has left the station, for sure. Absolutely, absolutely. So we should, as Germany, focus even more on renewables. 50 years ago, a solar panel cost 500 times of what it costs today. So I think renewables are clearly, for Germany, the cheapest energy generation form, and can be built up quite fast in comparison to nuclear.
Thank you. Now the question goes to you. What are the three main obstacles? So you also can come up with 52.
Let me just talk about the mistake that we've made. The mistake that we've made is we've made electricity cheap or more expensive, and we've done this right across Europe. And that means we've subsidized renewables, we've allowed grid charges to go out of control, and the result is nobody has an incentive to electrify. Okay, so what's the alternative? You make fossil fuels more expensive. Okay, then you're gonna get voted out. So we got stuck. So what we really have to focus on is how do we reduce the cost of electricity? And it's very clear we are electrifying our energy system, right? Why are we electrifying it? One, because it's more efficient. Two, because it's cheaper. When I take an electric car, even with expensive power prices here today, it's still cheaper to fuel that car than to use diesel or petrol. And in addition, all our digital devices require it, and AI requires it. And like it or lump it, Microsoft, Google, et cetera, if we don't build the electricity they need, they'll do it themselves. And that's an opportunity that we should not miss. We shouldn't miss.
Last week, Amazon opened up their first nuclear plant, right?
The what?
Their first nuclear plant. Amazon.
Oh yeah, of course. And by the way, to be clear, I have to understand why this is the next 3 years are critical for AI. And the reason is because you've got a US government that realizes that there's an AI race on and that they have to win it because they've got China on the other side. And they know it's all about speed. So if I go back to nuclear, nothing against nuclear, except your first new small modular reactor, commercial one, will be online in 2035. Doesn't help anybody. What does help is to take an old power station and turn it on, which is what Microsoft is doing in the States. I agree with you totally, that will not happen in Germany. It technically could, but it won't happen because the people won't do it.
Do you agree that the solution is in a kind of a regionalization of power, that you focus more on the regions, as Lillian just said and pointed out?
Absolutely.
Do you think that's and can you explain us why, maybe it's a profane question, but why is the energy price all over Germany the same? What's the reason for that?
So it doesn't need to be, right? So be clear what you can do. If you put smart meters in, take the case of the UK, I'll give you a very simple example of what you can do in the UK. If you have an Octopus EV charging tariff, they will charge your car for free at the weekend because there's so much negative prices. In other words, where prices are zero, they'll say, okay, we'll just, we'll plug it in, and at night when we see the price low enough, we'll charge it for you. That's what they're doing. But you can only do that if you can measure. So it's really critical that we put in the devices that allow us to measure and power flows in the system. And by the way, that's just in a smart meter. If I'm running a grid and I have no visibility into my grid, because really I don't, then you've got a problem at some point in time. And this is what we saw in Spain. And I do really criticize grid operators and utilities because they're still using faxes. This is not a joke. They are still all using faxes right across Germany here today. So we talk about digitalization. They have to digitalize quickly, but we have to incentivize them to do it. Because a grid operator is not incentivized to digitalize. He's incentivized to build grid because he earns more money. Your Stadtwerk, your municipal utility, he earns more money when he builds grid, not when he digitalizes. So we have to change the incentive structure. That's why I say the focus has to be, if Europe's going to be competitive and we're going to decarbonize, make electricity cheap. And that's what we have to think about. And that means re-regulating the whole energy market and the whole way we do it.
Lillian, do you think, coming back to the AI topic, do you see, because AI is also used to optimize grids, of course, and it has a lot of benefits. It's not just consuming energy, it also helps us to distribute energy in a much smarter way than it used to be the case. Do you see AI more as a solution than a burden for Europe's energy system?
Well, I think to enable AI, there is a lot of energy storage needed, but AI can enable the energy grid at the same time, of course, by grid control. But also we have to find the backbone and the hardware to fuel AI, right? So we have to give AI a push so that AI can help us with the energy grid as well. And therefore,
so the chicken-egg problem.
It is, exactly.
Before you elaborate on that, let's ask the audience. I'm curious what the opinion of the audience is. Do you think AI is more of a burden or more of a solution? Hands up, who thinks it's more of a burden when it comes to the topic of energy? Helmut Schönenberger raises his voice. Do you have a microphone? Do you have somebody a microphone here? We'll get the microphone, Helmut, and you tell us why. Who's the opinion that has the opinion that's a solution? So more people. Helmut, everybody in the room knows Helmut Schönenberger, right? The founder and CEO of Unternehmertum, Europe's most successful startup accelerator. Helmut, can you give us a short explanation why it's rather a burden? And we need a microphone. Thank you very much. Helmut. I hope that's okay for you, but that's a very...
That's perfect.
So I think it's a huge bet. And whenever you ask people, so what concrete solutions are there out there? So I haven't heard a real answer to that. So it's a huge bet. Maybe it works out, but we will see.
Thank you, Helmut. You wanna answer to that or elaborate on that? No.
Do you want to?
No, that's fine.
Okay, Gerard, you have contrasted previously petrostates and future electrostates, right? That's what you coined them. If Europe wants to avoid replacing dependence on Russian gas with dependence on Chinese batteries and critical raw materials, what does, in your opinion, a credible industrial strategy look like? One that is both autonomous, so to say, on the one hand, and globally connected on the other hand.
So let me start by this and make a comment. Let me start and make a comment on petrostate versus electrostate.
But you said that.
Oh, I did, yeah, absolutely. So for me, most of us think the petrostates are Saudi Arabia and countries like that export. The biggest petrostate in Europe is Germany.
Why?
Because it's hooked on fossil fuels. It's hooked on natural gas and it's hooked on oil. Okay, it's getting off coal. This is, from a national security point of view, in the world we live in, not good. So how do you change that? Well, you do that by electrifying. Because with nuclear and with renewables, you can do that locally, all right? That's, for me, very, very clear, the trend. The good news in this is that electrification is becoming very cheap, right? We have the technologies. If I take the case of solar, just to give you an idea of the scale of solar, you know, there is more solar put online in the last year and a half than, you know, Japan has done in terms of its power capacity in the last 70 years. We've never had a technology in the electricity space come to market as quickly. Then we got batteries. And what we're seeing is costs going down, performance going up. Add that power electronics in and around that, you've got a revolution going on. And we need to embrace that revolution. And that revolution requires us, again, to a little bit rethink the system and probably think a little bit outside the box. That's what I would say. How do you bring industry with it? Well, it's very simple. You need to give industry the signal that electricity is going to be cheap going forward. And the second thing you do is you help them go and re-equip, because they're going to have to move away. If they had fossil fuel-based systems in the past, they're going to have to go invest in equipment. They're not going to do that if they don't feel that electricity is the future, and they don't. So if you want BASF to be in Germany in 10 years' time, then actually make the statement that electricity is going to be cheap, and then put in capital depreciation allowances to allow them to reinvest. And then you re-kick off investment in the country. And I mean that's the type of thing that we have to do, and that starts with the government, right?
Where do you locate Germany on that journey? Where are we right now compared to other strong European economies on that journey to that ideal scenario, from 1 to 10?
Let me be a little bit negative and also be positive, right?
Yeah, first the negative, please.
The negative, and let me just explain. I'm an Irishman living in Berlin, but I've also worked completely internationally. And I'm very much convinced that Europe can be incredibly successful going forward, but only if we combine the strengths of the different nations together. Germany's strength is without a doubt in engineering, right? Irish strength is in communication and other things, right? With different strengths each, so we need to bring these strengths
Later,
together.
let's elaborate on the other things.
We need to bring strengths together. The German issue is that Germany has been really slow to change and has not digitalized quick enough, has not understood what's going on in China, and we basically have an automobile industry that's really under pressure from the Chinese, right? Let me talk about the positive things. The positive things is I had a BMW iX3. I love the car, but then I realized actually that new Tesla is better than it. So I went and switched to the Tesla. And I thought, BMW's days are over. I'm now going to buy a new BMW at the beginning of the year, which is the new iX3. Okay. And why this is really interesting is I'm really taken back at the speed at which BMW and the innovation that it's put into this new car. It's 20% more efficient, its range is double what it was, cost of productions are down 25%, and that gives me hope, right? That's what I would say. So if BMW can do it, other can do it. But I also say, and I'm going to go back to, as an Irishman, if we went back 15 years ago, there was 2 countries in Europe that were bankrupt, Ireland and Greece, okay? Ireland has now become the wealthiest country in Europe per head of population, and Greece has a government budget surplus, okay?
Within a relatively short period of time.
In a relatively short period of time. And I'm going to say, well, how did this happen? Well, in the Irish context, they went, okay, let's just go for the future. So they got the big tech businesses in, but out of that came an ecosystem. Stripe is the biggest tech business in Europe, comes out of Ireland. Data centers, all the big data center builders are in Ireland. And then they also went into airplane leasing, become global leaders in this. That's what we have to do. We have to really think what's coming and go at it, because we've got great entrepreneurs here, but what we sometimes have is this lack of drive to go and do it. So that's my message to the young generation, just go for it. But the old fogies like me and the wealth across Europe need to support you. That's what we need to do, because we've been very bad at doing that. You know, the wealth in Europe goes and puts its money into property. That's what it does. It's safe. It's not safe. What's safe is just to invest in the future, which is the young entrepreneur.
Absolutely. I think we couldn't agree more. We couldn't agree more. I'm pretty sure when you later on talk about the other Irish specialties at the bar or wherever, you're gonna hear the word.
Only if you got whiskies.
I'm not mentioning the word whiskey, but you will hear the word Neue Klasse quite often this evening, and people will convince you. They really will convince you. What's your perspective on that? Where are we, where is Germany right now and I don't want to talk about Germany, I want to talk about Europe's largest economy. Where are we on this journey? Do you agree to what Gerard said, or do you have a different perspective on that, Lillian?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is much to do as Germany, but I think also we have the capabilities to do a lot. So looking maybe at Europe, where we always try to find a consensus, which is for societal topics important, sure, but in terms of technology, implication and technology scale, we need to be faster. Sometimes we are talking about policies where we need to start implementing the technologies first, right? So talking about AI, do we have relevant AI models in Europe? But we already talk about the policies regarding that, right? And I think what we can do and what we've proven as Germany in the past is we can decide fast, we can scale fast. Look at the decisiveness of our industry, the industry giants we built over the last 100 years, and those companies have grown a lot. So we have the capabilities. We are very strong in research. We have very strong universities. We have to become stronger in translating this power in industry, and have to remember that we are a country of industrial strength and engineering. And therefore, I feel like if we decide on a strategy, if we find the right partnerships, if we really go full on a technology roadmap, we can still do it. And I mean, in general, I must say, capitalism is actually the last friend of climate protection. So industry and sustainability don't contradict anymore. we can now bring something on the road which is really meaningful. And I think if we remember about this strengths, about our industrial capabilities, we can do that.
Is this glass half empty or half full, Gerard?
Oh, it's half empty.
Sorry?
That's half empty.
That's half empty?
And the reason I say it's half empty is because we're going through the biggest industrial revolution in the history of mankind. And that's a huge opportunity. So I must admit, from my career, I've never been as excited in my life, right? And I say that as well because there's another aspect, which is geopolitics. Geopolitics is forcing us to change. We might want to change. We might want to have Russian gas, but we don't. Right? That's the interesting thing. And we're sort of stuck a little bit between China and the US, and suddenly we have to defend ourselves. It's brilliant.
Fantastic.
So for me, it's exciting because that's the way my brain thinks. I like these non-linear thinking. You know, if you want to work with me, that's fine, great. But if you want to work with linear people, get BCG in or McKinsey, right? Because that's how they think, right?
What a great last word. Thank you very much for your statements. And the glass half full.
I like it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good seeing you.
Thank you very much.
It's good fun. What am I doing? I'm breaking the mic. That's what I'm doing.
Sorry. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for, I think it's the last session, or not a session, the last kind of keynote here today. Please welcome to the stage a man, you have seen him already before when this gentleman had some health issues, but everything turned out to be good, everything is fine. But of course, he as a doctor was immediately next to him, and that's the role of a doctor, Eckhart. A man who proves that laughter is truly the best medicine. He's a doctor who traded his stethoscope for a microphone. He is, if you follow the Spiegel bestseller list in Germany, he is a best-selling author, and he is Germany's favorite science entertainer. Whether he's curing your blues with a joke or enlightening you with some fascinating facts from the world of medicine, he always prescribes a healthy dose of humor. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the one and only Dr. Eckhart von Hirschhausen.
Dankeschön. Danke. Thank you very much. Are you still breathing? Check your own pulse. What we learned from the medical emergency, even our hearts like to go circular. Where are we now? A lot of input. We are trying to get out of the silos. And where do we meet? Please, the presentation. We meet inside a silo. We have Europe and the world. We're in a silo of fossil energy. So this is the best place to think about getting the future right. And the mixture of people is not any less explosive than it was in the gas station days. I want to thank the organizing team. Thanks to the great people upstairs for doing an incredible job, to Jessica, to Maya, to Heba, to all the organizing team. They're really professional, and I know I've been to many sessions like these, and this is top-notch. The power of collaboration, it's not only what happens on stage, it's what's happened between all of you. And hard thinking going on here. Thanks for having me. Actually, I think even in the digital age, what really changes people is direct analog contact. So if you allow, put away your mobiles, and let me tell you a personal, meeting with this woman. Raise your arms if you know who she is. That's Jane Goodall, just passed away. But this woman was really the one that changed my view. Dominic, you mentioned it, from the personal health to planetary health. What does planetary health mean? Where does health start? with a drug or an MRI or an operation. No. Health starts with the air we breathe, with the water we drink, with the plants we can eat, with temperatures below 42 degrees, and peace. If we look in our news feed, all 5 dimensions of good health are in danger. None of them are getting better by themselves, so we're on. And we need new networks, new alliances. And that's what Jane showed me. How do chimpanzees greet each other? And I want you to do this to your neighbor, if that's okay for the neighbor. Greet yourself as our closest relatives do, to the right, to the left, because this means, hi, I don't have a weapon with me, peace be with you. And immediately, yeah, yeah, you see, you change the atmosphere, you change the energy in the room. And this is our home, the only place with water, with food, with something to breathe. And it's the only place in the world with coffee, sex, and chocolate. It doesn't get any better than this. So we have been talking too much about our footprints. Let's talk about our handprint and our heartprint. If we want to change something, we have to really burn for this. How can you burn for ending fossil fuels? So I want to offer you an image of a penguin. Because when we're talking about collaboration and how can we find the strength of all of us here and the strength of Europe, and we've been traveling through the whole world today. We went to Colombia, to Brazil. We met Prince Harry, Ed Sheeran, Harbour, and Bosch. And we had a lot of talk about ammonia, and everybody was perfectly right that ammonia is important. So we had a lot of ammonia harmonia in this room. But where is the secret to getting this power working? And this is being in the right element. If you see a penguin walking, you think, what a useless creature. If you see him in the water, in his element, you see the strength of it. And it's flying. They actually can fly. And we have to be, we have to be quick. Otherwise, we'll get the seal. And thank you very much, Christopher, for this metaphor of the waterbed. Get the climate deniers out of your waterbed. That's the message I take from this. If we look at the secret of collaboration, just think of this huddle. What is the secret of a penguin colony surviving minus 40 degrees? They stand together. And they stand together in a way that we should cope and copy. This is called a huddle. When times get rough and society is getting colder at the moment, we have to be so careful not to be separated, not to be divided between cities and the people on the countryside, between rich and poor, between Europe, the East, the West, Africa. But we have to be conscious of what we pass on. So my main message to you is, can we think of our own legacy? Because things are changing rapidly. Who has children? Who likes your children? Oh, there are moments. I know the feeling. But I want to welcome the next generation. There's a guy doing this with his baby upstairs. Thank you for being so present with the next generation. So change looks silly sometimes. But how do they match? How do penguins mate, and how do they recognize each other? By the rhythm and the sound and the dance that they do. And this is exactly what's happening here. When you look at the cafeteria, you see people synchronizing. That's what we have to do. This happens only once a year. And then you have the next generation. Meeting people here is like fertilizer, like putting the next idea, the next egg into the next generation. Think about what you're burning for. What is your legacy? Shit happens, but shit can be penguin poo, you mentioned it, was the fertilizer before Haber and Bosch. You cannot educate, you have to give the example. And the next generation will copy this. And we are leaving traces, even traceless. Thank you very much. The next generation is getting prepared. And so I want you to leave one question in your bedroom tonight. And this is, wer möchte ich gewesen sein? When I asked Jane, what is really specific about human beings? What is the difference between apes and us? She said, we're saying goodbye. Why is it important? Because we're the only species to have an idea of the future that involves meeting again. We can build a future too. We can ask ourselves at the end of our days, looking back, what is the thing that I really want to be proud of? All of us ask our grand and grandparents, what did you do? Just imagine for 3 breath cycles, what are you going to answer when your children and grandchildren ask you, 2025, what did you know? What was at your hands? And what did you do? And I wish for this generation, and for all of us, that we will have really good answers. Let's get good ancestors. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Dr. Eckhard von Hirschhausen. Thank you very much. And with that being said, we are coming to our end. The program, of course, is still available, of course, through the QR code. And we'll kick off tomorrow together.
Our stage directions, Katie, now include the line, I quote them, please create some excitement for the next day and the upcoming program.
Is that a challenge? Accepted.
Okay.
8:30.
Tell us. Tell us.
8:30 is the starting time. Just come 30 minutes earlier than you feel like you feel ready to come. So we have a breakfast session at 8:30, and that will take place in the basement. We have get it covered. Croissants, coffee, and of course good conversations. A lot of food for thought.
And interesting guests, such as Manuel Heitor, Paolo Gentiloni, Eric Klinenberg, Alessandra Passini, Tarso Oliveira, and many others. So it's going to be an interesting breakfast and not just a tasty croissant.
And then we continue here on stage, of course, at 9:30 with our first session. We will talk, of course, about collaboration for resilience and how to advance going forward to European prosperity.
Next topic?
Breakout sessions will be also a very interesting topic. So it will be a busy day, again, with your kind engagement. You will be challenged tomorrow. And for the breakout sessions, just to let you know, please sign up. And if you haven't signed up yet, the information desk has all the information for you. So that is really important for the organizers.
So it's on me to focus now on the Irish part, and that is drinks. Dinner and after drinks, very important, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave the plenary directly and head to the dinner now. I'm talking about today. As it is served, it's a served menu, so don't waste any time. And the service is already, maybe you can smell it, already waiting for you. Our team will guide you to the venue. It's not far, and Dessert and drinks will be served at the Wasserturm Bar, along with a live performance by a, I quote, fantastic jazz band, so don't miss it. And by the way, don't pick up your coat or jacket, as there is no cloakroom in the restaurant, but it's just like 10 seconds or 15 seconds walking distance from here, so you don't need a coat. Right, Heike? Right. Heike nods, and that tells me everything is fine, everything is okay. All right, and now to the final act.
Yes,
Katie.
to the final act. I was just quite, I was quite shocked to see these faces currently in the audience. Maybe look to your right or to your left, but I think I know now where you belong to. Very thrilled to then announce the final artistic act of the day with a performance by dancers Ruby Francis Jones and Luisa Rodriguez, accompanied by a sound bed and a soundscape composer Sebastian Faust, interpreting our topic of today, collaboration. And with that being said, I'm looking forward to see you tomorrow.
Thank you for your attention.
you.